Hello, everybody. Everybody hear me okay? How's the audio? Here, let's test this out. I am waiting for confirmation from the comments. Oh, wow. Okay, we've got a whirlwind of people coming in here. We've got, whoa, okay, keep scrolling. Carl Matthews, back at it again. Lampiron Productions, Soto Express Studios, who says, holy heckle, who Lemmy's at it again. I don't know if I'm who Lemmy. That sounds like a Dr. Seuss thing, but I'm certainly at it again, if one can describe it that way. Hello there. Who is this mysterious circle? Says Sodor Train 1225. Hey Lemmy, how's your day going? Pretty good, Eddie. Thank you. Do what you're doing right now is what I do in school, like all the time. Just draw faces. Yeah, that was me in school too. Actually, that was the opposite of me in school. I would always draw trains, but I would never. The one part I wouldn't draw was the face, until I got the guts to do that in senior year of high school. But before that, I was careful not to do that bit. Of course, once I started, people just thought it was cool. So sometimes it pays to be courageous. Of course, that really depends on the school. I'm not blind to that. But yeah, there's something nice about just having the ability to just make pictures from your mind, Because the thing is, you literally, what do you need? You need a beach and a stick, right? You need a rock and a slightly chalkier rock. You need a puddle of mud and your finger. Like that's all. No matter where you are, such a lovely parlor trick to show people. You just need a pen and the back of a napkin, and that's enough to make most people just kind of go, whoa, you can do that? And this isn't a particularly good drawing here. It's not particularly not good. It's just very much a test. Just making sure people can see it. Looks like they can. Circle with beard. No, not with beard. You have to be brave to shade things, because most people are going to misinterpret it, at least at first. And then once you start applying that same texture to everything else in the image, it becomes more obvious what you're doing. It's like a stencil outline versus like a heavily shaded image. We interpret them very differently. Big smug man, says Soto Express Studios. I wish I could draw like that, says Northwestern Splendor. I'm sure you could if you just sat down for a while and messed around with it. See, that's the thing, is it's like the fun part about drawing is you never stop getting better. You don't really cap out, there's always more things to learn. But there's also no wrong way to start, I mean, hell, start with a stick figure. That's totally a good place to start. And then, okay, try to make it not a stick anymore. You start with that guy, right? Well, the head's pretty good. So let's keep doing the head like that. But maybe the body should not be a stick. Maybe it should be more than a stick. And slowly you experiment with what works. Maybe, that worked pretty well for the body. Maybe the arms should be kind of more three-dimensional as well. And you think, okay, well, arms don't typically stick out to the sides like this. So let's just... See, that's kind of more expressive, isn't it? And then you think, well, maybe he should have clothes. Or she. Or they. I've not decided. Let's see. See, now he looks like he's, I don't know, like he's an umpire or something. I don't know. What's the one guy when you play foosball and he's got like a weird pose? Maybe it's another game. Let's give him pants. Those look like 60s kind of disco pants. Give him some hair. See, like, look at just the difference between those, right? If you're just willing to kind of make a few tweaks over time. Is he Freddy? No, it's Thomas. Let's see. Just put that engine face on the stick man. After that is the only time you can't keep improving, says Carl Matthews. So you're saying that this on this is peak art, is what I'm hearing. Because that's true. Hello, my man. Nice day for it, isn't it? Said Sudrini too. Said. Like past tense. Because that sounds like a Thomas line, so I've converted it into a Thomas line. It is nice day for it, yeah. For the next vid, I'm doing the 10 missing Railway Series books. I think you'll love number 1, Lemmy, says Thomas Theorist. Look at this guy, self-promoting on my live stream. All right, I'll allow it. Braden C. Lemmy makes stick figures and other stories. Sodor Express Studios, give the face a stickman body. I don't think I have enough room to do that in a way that isn't horrifying. Oh no. Flashbacks to Thomas' face on a kid in Shed 17. Not again, says Sodor Train 1225. Oh, my goodness. Let's see. Make sure the stream is going well on YouTube. Looks like it. Because I'm mainly just looking at the StreamYard chat. Seeing that scroll by, it's pretty convenient. Thomas and all his 6 real fans. His actual fan base is an illusion, says Logan Draws Stuff. That's funny. Carl Matthews 8 says, no joke though, Lemmy, your last drawing stream actually helped me improve drawing engines. Oh, that's nice. Thank you. I'm glad that could make a difference. I used to draw the faces flat all the time. Then I saw you actually drawing the cheeks and stuff, so I tried it. It's fun, right? I've gotten a little pushback from that, from people on that occasionally. You know, you draw an engine too expressively, and people get a little uncomfortable. You know, you kind of draw Gordon with like I always kind of give him this sort of chiseled jawline, and you give him this whole kind of. Of course, you got to have the filtrum there, that little divot above the lip. It's like I kind of like adding that angularity into the faces because it's an extra layer of expression, that you can kind of put in there. Because people look different in more ways than just the shape of the nose or the eyes or whatever. It's here. There he is. So you can see the chin and whatnot. Like that's something I started doing a year or two ago. Well, I want to say it's probably been a couple of years now. But yeah, I mean, it's nice. It's a good thing to try. I'm glad that you're, including some of that in your own art. I mean, that is really, I get so many people who comment like, oh, can I use this concept in a video? Oh, can I write a story with your OC? And my answer is always overwhelmingly yes, because that's kind of, in my mind, that's the point of art, is you make things and they inspire other people and they include elements of what you did in their own stuff. And we all move forward as a community because, you see something done well, you want to do it now. I mean, where the hell would most of us be without like Leo Kim Video or Thomas Blows the Stack or like Sodor the Dark Times, right? Like those are all like really moving pieces of content for one reason or another that people have been inspired by. So I think, it's like the greatest honor for an artist is to see their stuff replicated. Now I think that obviously there's a fine line there. Like you want to get credit for what you've made, but that also relies on two factors. That relies on humility, and that relies on whether it's commercial or not. So if you're trying to make money off of your art, okay, getting copied is definitely a financial problem. In terms of the actual ethics of it, imagine we don't have to worry about money for a second. Like financially, say that's out of the picture, and it's just a matter of not liking when people copy your art. I feel like somebody would have to copy me pretty blatantly, and they would have to make like very clear that they're taking credit for it for me to be upset about it. Like it would need to be a very overt like stealing of my art. But if it was, I mean, the vast majority of cases, it's just somebody liking what you made and doing something similar to it. And if you're not doing that as a career, and you don't have to compete with people, and you don't have to run them off the road in order to get your business off the ground, because it's tough out there. I know it is. Then, I think taking people's ideas and running with them is a beautiful thing. So there's a lot of nuance to it. But I guess my point is, I love Carl Matthews, that you actually saw something in my art you liked and decided to run with it. That is kind of why I do stuff like this. All right. So most people have sketchbooks. I don't. I have this. I have a clipboard. Just a random clipboard. And the reason for that is that I was drawing in pen for quite a while, and I still do. I alternate between pencil and pen. And for some reason, every sketchbook I tried, regular ballpoint pens didn't work very well in. Just the texture of the paper wasn't good. So I used printer paper and a clipboard. And it's worked for the other thing is it allows me to scan, this is here. I think I'll start bringing people in a moment, but say here's a sketch of Paul Newman I did recently. If nobody knows who Paul Newman, he's a very famous actor, but he's also the guy who played Doc Hudson in Cars. But this right here is, so I moved to Pennsylvania recently, a couple months ago. I'm in Pennsylvania right now, and I don't know if it's coming across, but this is everything I've sketched since I've been in Pennsylvania. So it's about half a ream of paper. It's a lot, And I think that's part of why I like drawing on printer paper, is because it's a very obvious indicator of how much I've accomplished. But also, it's easier to scan that way because it all fits in my printer scanner, which is important to me because I scan everything. Yo, it's the voice of Skipper from Planes, says Thomas Theorist. Ha, ha, ha. All right, that is vaguely clever, actually. Let's see. Insane Edward says, "Hey, Lemmy, would you ever consider coming to the UK?" Yeah, I've considered that since I was 5 years old. And it'll happen eventually. But, it depends on the stars aligning. And I feel like the time to go would be in the summer, but that's always very busy for me. So I don't know when I'll get over there, but inevitably, I'm sure I will. That looks awesome, Lemmy, says Rails and Water. I assume that's a response to Paul Newman. Oh, Paul Newman, thank you. I appreciate that. Sodor Train 1225 says Paul Newman was also in Butch Cassidy, I believe, according to Jeremy Clarkson. Okay, so you haven't seen Butch Cassidy. You just know that Jeremy Clarkson claimed he was in it. I guess that's a testament to how famous Paul Newman is, that you've heard of him just through another famous person. Well, I mean, I hate to be that person, but if you're bringing people in, what are the chances of getting me in? Says Carl Matthews 8. Pretty good. Here, I don't know if I would assign a statistical value to it. Let's see. I didn't give up on them. They gave up on me, says James Rogers, which is, I'm sure it's a paraphrase of that Doc Hudson line. I just watched Cars recently, so I know that it goes, what does it go? It goes, you think I quit? And then he turns on the lights and Lightning sees the newspaper, and then he's like, they quit on me. And everything he says is so whispered too. It's like really, really just, I don't know. He doesn't feel the need to enunciate or to like be loud. You know, he just, Doc Hudson, Paul Newman, I'm sure to an extent, just have that confidence where they just say it and they know people will listen. Like, that's pretty cool. Doc is honestly one of my favorite Cars characters. Yeah, I agree, Carl Matthews. I quite like Mr. Hudson. Favorite Cars scene of all time. Damn. Okay, Northwestern Splendor says that's their favorite. I mean, I could totally see why. It's really powerful. You drive like you fix roads. Lousy. Says Sodor Train 1225. You can drive as well as you can fix a road, and you can win this race with your eyes shut. That's a pretty good follow-up to that as well. I'm starting to think he knew you was going to crash. Thank you, Mater. Thank you. Now it's all just Cars references. I'm here for it. Lemmy, I have over 55 Disney Cars diecasts, says Dominic Z. Wow. Okay. So that's a sizable collection. I mean, I have an obscene amount. I can't remember. I think it's somewhere in the magnitude of, it's either 300 or 400, I think, when I counted a few years ago. I haven't collected in a while, so I'll have to check. The flashback scenes with Doc in Cars 3 is so sad, says Carl Matthews 8. Yeah, they are. It's really powerful. Here. Do I want to commit the foolhardiness of putting the link in the chat? Is that something I want to do? I mean, maybe. The trouble with that is then everybody will be like in suspense, right? Which everybody is usually anyway. But like, especially if they're like waiting in the chat, they could be brought in at any moment. I don't know. I wouldn't want to be in that position where I may never get on, but I kind of have to be like, be poised to get on, like with, for the next 4 hours. Like, I don't want to do that to somebody. A real Ferrari! Punch me, Guido. This is the most glorious day of my life. That's pretty good. You should draw Gordon's Hill, says LMS5. I should draw Gordon's Hill. That's an interesting prompt. I mean, it's like I don't quite care for landscapes. A painting one would be nice because landscapes are mostly color. Sketching one is less interesting. Beats up, said Guido through his thick accent. I guess he did say it through his thick accent, that he does have a thick accent, though it is interesting to include that part. I believe the first movie I ever saw in theaters was Cars 2. Whoa. Nice. He didn't want to leave without saying goodbye, says James Rogers. Props to James Rogers for having clearly not seen the movie recently, but remembering all of the points of it so well that they're able to paraphrase really key lines. like I think it goes, well, I didn't have much of a choice. Mater didn't get to say goodbye. Goodbye! All right, I'm good. That's how it goes. Lemmy, can you draw a Toyota AE86 Trueno in the Disney Cars style? Again, with this specific car. It's got some relevance. Maybe. Let's see. You should draw Dart robbing a store at gunpoint. Dart? You want Dart to rob a store at gunpoint? My lord. Draw New York City. You see, now you're talking, now you're speaking my language. But I also don't know New York City buildings well enough, despite having passed it twice recently. I remember the general energy, but it'll end up just kind of being a vaguely New York inspired city. Let's see. Suppose I could just pull up a reference. That's also very much an option. All right. How should I... Here, Carl Matthews. I'm going to send you the link. How should I do that? I'm looking for a car. A car! Once I drew Edward as an American 440 as a Sodor and Mainland Railroad engine as part of an American AU. I'd imagine he'd sound like George Carlin. Blow it out, you. That's pretty good at Sodor Train 1225. Like, Edward is very much Britain's equivalent of those big American 440, American 440s with the big diamond stacks. Like, same general form, same energy. He doesn't look a damn thing like that in the TV series, or really in any of the illustrations. But if you look at what Edward's really meant to be and what he's meant to represent, you look at the K2s or anything that looked like that in that period, they very much resemble American 440s. They're kind of the equivalent of that. The really big driving wheels, the big kind of pony truck at the front. Same energy. Steam-powered Cyborg says, I saw in your DA that you like ponies. Maybe draw your favorite pony. I don't think I've ever actually drawn any of My Little Pony characters just straight up. I've drawn humanized versions of a lot of them. But I would need to look at a reference, but I could probably pull it off. Gordon as a big boy. Gordon's already a big boy, all right? Get that through your head, Adam. You are the bomb. You'll always be the bomb, says James Rogers. These are good references. I gotta applaud these references. Here, I'm gonna do the lazy thing and just put the link in the chat. It's funny it even lets you do that. You would think that there would be some rule against that. Like it wouldn't allow you to just I want you. Get in here. That is you, isn't it?
Oh no. This was a big mistake. This is a really big mistake.
Oh, what? Me adding you or you coming in here?
No, you added me because we'll probably talk for 5 hours and ignore the chat. So I probably won't stay too long. I don't want everyone to ignore it. But how is everyone? How is everyone tonight? Is everyone doing well?
Have some entertainment here.
I suppose so. Yeah, I guess I'm like the court gesture, and I just come in for the laugh.
If you want to be. Carl Matthews, I assume. Well,
yep, that's me.
Awesome. Yeah, I forget. Have I had you on one of these things before properly?
No, you haven't actually.
I mean, you have been a constant in my comments for years, so thank you. But
I'm a regular around these parts.
Yeah, you are. It's like a bar or something.
Yeah. If I was ordering something, I could just say my usual at this point.
Yeah, you could. My usual Lemmy video. Here, what should I draw?
My usual 3-hour audio story, please.
I heard somebody say New York. I heard somebody say I see you, Sam. It might be a while. Maybe like 30-ish minutes, just so we don't overclog the stream at any given time. Let's see.
Just out of curiosity, Lemmy, do you ever, when you're drawing, do you think of, characters that you wouldn't normally pay attention to? So you think, oh, I can draw them for once.
Yeah, I do that sometimes to challenge myself. It's like it's kind of
Have you
nice
ever
to.
tried drawing a Simpson character?
I haven't done that. No, that's kind
You
of
should try it.
interesting.
It's fun. They've got like overbites and they're very simple shapes and actually quite fun
Yeah,
to do.
Yeah, it's actually
I
pretty
think
easy
I'd
to
be.
draw some of them.
I've never been a big fan of Simpsons. I don't have much against it. I just it's never been like a huge interest. But I love Futurama. That's one of my favorite shows of all time. You
I
ever
was about
watched
to
it?
ask, have you watched the reboot?
No, not yet.
I've been
I'm
keeping up with it.
hoping. I'm hoping it's good.
Yeah, it's okay. They did a COVID episode.
Some equivalent of it, I imagine.
No, they outright said COVID in the episode.
Wait, so what? Was there an outbreak or
No, it was really dated. They were saying that we've just gotten over the pandemic, like in 2030 or 3000 year, whatever.
is okay? So, but is it like a throwaway line? Like it's just a joke?
Kinda, but like they have exploded 19 or exploded 20.
Explode.
So it makes you really angry and like
Right.
you shout at all your neighbors or stuff. So it's yeah.
That's actually pretty interesting. Okay.
It sounds kind of like
Advertising. Anyway,
it sounds kind of like the South Park COVID special. They did like a two-part thing, and the first one was like all the kids were like kids when the pandemic started, and then part two was like, oh hey, the pandemic just ended, and then it's like all the kids, but they're all in like their 30s.
Yeah, I heard about that. I didn't see that. I saw parts of. I saw some of the COVID related stuff. For South Park, but I didn't see that particular one. I saw the box set for it though at the store. So that's something.
I think most South Park episodes now are kind of very hit and miss. Like they're either really funny or they're just really disappointing.
See, that's like what Matt Stone and Trey Parker always said they wanted to avoid is like, okay, we don't want to keep the show going so long that it loses its luster. And I feel like, I don't know. I mean, like if they haven't yet, they're going to. So they should really cut their losses already, I feel like.
Yeah, it's kind of served its time almost, I think.
But I also like South Park, right? So I don't want to give it up, but neither does the network, I imagine.
Yeah,
I mean,
true.
I don't know if you can see this, but I'm showing you an image I made ages ago of Edward if he looked like an American locomotive.
Here, I don't. Oh, here I'll add.
Ooh,
That's
that's pretty.
Eddie.
That's pretty good, honestly.
And what we have, I think we have Percy, although that's not too good. And then what Thomas, and then Gordon.
Oh my god.
Poor Gordon. I like Thomas. He's my favorite. He's kind of like Rosie, but anyway.
I am a big boy, said Gordon.
Where's Lemmy?
I have no idea.
Oh
Your
no,
American edits killed him.
I think so. No, I don't. No, I don't think Lemmy's against American AUs or anything.
That wasn't me making fun of your thing,
wait,
by the way.
maybe
That was just a
in
joke.
chat. Oh no. Is he breaking up?
I don't know if that's him talking or not, though, or if that's just whatever.
I'm not sure. Here, how do I sound?
Oh yeah, we can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, you sound good now.
Okay. All right. That was a bizarre period of
Carl, I
dissonance.
was gonna ask
But
you
anyway, yeah, those are good edits though.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, you wanted to ask something
Oh
or
yeah, I
say
was gonna
something?
say, are you from Ireland? You sound like you're from Ireland.
Yeah, I thought everyone knew I was from Ireland.
Well, I didn't know. I didn't know if I was sure to ask, but you're Lemmy. You're in the stream with two Irish lads.
Okay, nice.
Yup, the boys.
Also, I like how Steve Howard Cyborg said, "I'm effing wheezing."
I think Adam, when I first came across your videos, I was just like, oh my god, another Irish Thomas fan. This is always a novelty to me. I don't know why.
Yeah, because there aren't too many people making, someone as super bogger accent comes on and says, "How are you lads? Here's my train video."
Yeah, or when you say Slán Lat at the end of your videos, I'm just like, hey.
Yeah, like all the Irish lads, like, oh, I know what that means. I think
Yeah.
I
Nice.
say Slán Lat or Slán Awalia because it's like, it's the little Irishism that I don't think any other YouTuber would do. So,
I've never heard that, so that's lovely to hear.
Yeah.
well, it's at the end of my videos. They probably haven't made it that far.
Yeah, I probably not. I don't know,
No.
or just glazed. I didn't know what it meant.
Yeah, fair enough. But I think you'll like the next one, Lemmy. I mean, I said that about everyone, but I think you'll like the next one because it's a Railway Series one. The last book will be about Edward and Thomas.
Yeah, I'm really not caught up, Adam. I mean, I'm glad to see that you're having great success, certainly.
Oh yeah, it's mad. Oh, you don't have to be
Yeah.
Lemmy. It's fine.
I mean, driven, and you had a plan, so I'm not surprised. God, the quality on this is rather abysmal. I wonder if that's got to do with having multiple people on or what. Also, Thomas is here. So, hey, how's it going, Thomas? Generic look how it works for those who don't know who I'm talking about. Because
Cool.
as the name of our franchise.
I remember I did a custom live stream, and some guy, their profile picture was literally like a season 1 screenshot of Thomas, and their username was the real Thomas the Tank Engine. And I was just like, oh my god, we got the real Thomas in the stream, guys.
Whoa, yeah, that's impressive. Actually, I feel like it wouldn't be like if Thomas were real, he would be like in literally every press engagement he could get his hands on. Like he would be so down.
He'd have like a live stream in his cab. You could like go onto YouTube and you'd find the Thomas live stream and just him talking to chat.
Yeah, just the live, like in his crew. No one would want to work with him. Would constantly watch these trainers in America and other places, mostly Americans.
Probably asking random questions like, "Thomas, do the smudger laugh," and then Thomas's laugh, and I was like, "Yo, he did the laugh."
And Tom's like,
I feel like
who's Smudger again? Like,
I feel like Thomas would be the type of engine like at the end of the stream, where he thinks it's over, he'd say something like, "Oh, I'm glad that's over," and then the driver would be like, "Thomas, the stream hasn't ended yet," and he's just like, "Uh-oh."
Yeah.
God, I hate those American Thomas fans coming over here. The stream's going,
That's so funny. I could see it.
Speaking of the smudger laugh, I was like drawing this picture of smudger in kind of like a Railway Series / realistic looking style. Like it's the same, design and everything. It's just like not TV series proportion. And the thing is, I've gotten so used to like Stanley being the number 2 over the last year that when I actually sat down and drew Smudger, I was just like, oh my god, like I used to love this guy.
Right. Isn't that weird? Like growing up, I was not very Railway Series kind of oriented at all. I mean, I was very aware of it, but I always like add on to the TV series. Like I'd read the books because I had the big compilation of the first 26, and I would see that as kind of like, an extension of the show. I'm like, okay, well, we also got, D199 and like, 16 and like, all these like Flying Scotsman, like all these characters that are cool. But to me, they were not like in a distinctive world. They were add-ons to what the show did. And at some point, I started researching the Railway Series more, and I found out, whoa, wait, the big station isn't Knapford, it's Tidmouth. And Smudger isn't a thing, it's Stanley. And the reason he derails isn't because he's just a bad guy. It's because he's like, I mean, it kind of is, but like the reason he's a bad guy is because he's built the way he is. So he's like,
yeah,
this imbalance, because I mean, looking at these things, right, in real life, these like big, bulky kind of Baldwin engines that are like kind of hobbling along the trenches. You're like, well, yeah, that makes perfect sense why that would not work very well on the Mid-Sodor Railway. Like, of course he's derailing constantly. That's embodied through stubbornness and personality. And, like being like all that stuff, like at some point Smudger was my default, and now I think Stanley is, which is kind of a bummer because I kind of love Smudger, but also I can't really justify the most reasonable engine on the island, like Rheneas, who's the most reliable and stable and practical, sharing a design with
Yeah.
a cumbersome and like kind of predictable engine, which is Smudger, because they're built the same. There's no reason they would be behaving so radically differently, you know?
Yeah,
He had
exactly.
to live with Duke though, so
Hmm?
he had to live with Duke though, so
Yeah, but that's you're talking
I want to
metaphor
mess with him. I
story. Like,
me and my
I
contrarian.
think
Sorry, love.
yeah, I mean, it's
I think
just
how I do it is like, oh,
mhm.
sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Okay, thanks. I think how I handle the whole like Smudger and Stanley thing is that like Stanley is the number two in the Railway series, and then like the way Audrey's layout of the Mid Sodor had like several engines sharing the same number. I'd like to imagine that they were kind of like engines that came and went over time, as the book says. So like Smudger would probably be like the replacement number two, but he wouldn't be like, oh, Stanley's story happening again. He would just be like the new number two, if that makes sense.
Right. Well, I mean, you could do a really cool thing where it's like that number is cursed, you know? So it's like every engine that wears it is really unreliable and rude. And it's just, you know, you go through like 7 engines that all kind of have that same character to them
Well,
in
that
different
would be
ways.
Albert. That would be
Mhm.
Albert. He like has like 3 different. Albert is like I think 3 or 4 different engines versions. So
Yeah,
you could
what
do
is
that definitely.
that about? Is he named after Albert Ragaby? Is that
I
what's
don't
happening?
I don't know what the story is, but he's got like loads of different bases. But Jennings is interestingly the same basis as Rheneas. So if you wanted to, you could say that there's technically Jennings, Smudger, and Rheneas, and
Yeah.
Dolgan.
Could. I mean if Jennings is balanced enough, then I have no beef with Jennings. It's
We
It's
don't know
so
just
anything about
like
Jennings, so
it's so funny to me though how like nearly everyone I've seen use Albert characterize them as like the worst engine imaginable. And it's like I get it with Stanley because it's like we actually the only time we ever saw him was he was being extremely rude and like disagreeable. But with Albert, it's like, oh yeah, this engine exists, and everyone assumes that he's just a bad guy.
I I just because of the Sir Handel Association. They assume that because he's basically the same design that he gets all that flack.
Yeah, true, I guess. But it's like you said earlier, though, same logic could be applied to like Rheneas and Smudger, how those two are like radically different.
Right, but it's weird, right? Because to me, I feel like the whole Railway series is kind of written with the principle in mind of engines behave a certain way based on how their machine is, right? Because they're
Yeah,
unfitted wagons that are bumping into each other, close coupled, and don't have proper brakes, and like there's all this technology missing, right? Like nobody's ever really evil just because they're evil. They're evil because they've got some like mechanical defect that is reflected in their personality. Now, if you apply that to real life, it becomes pretty horrific and kind of like eugenics. That's pretty bad. But like when we're
yeah,
talking about engines, when we're talking about locomotives, in a fictionalized setting, I feel like that's the rule that Audrey has in place. He does break it a few times. Like Henry is constantly breaking down and causing trouble for the railway, but he's seen in a sympathetic light. Even though you could depict him as being stubborn and I mean, then again, he kind of is the way
yeah,
he's
he kind of is
depicted.
in a way,
Like,
isn't he? Like
right. So
maybe he became
and that's
more
the thing.
reliable in a way when it became more new or better or whatever.
Right. I
So like
honestly
maybe
think
that doesn't
that
really break the rule then. Huh.
the way Audrey sees it, it almost feels like he thinks Henry is a bad person and deserves to be sent away or scrapped, and that's why he rewrites it that way in People, History, and Railways. Is because he's like the second Henry's guy, and then the first Henry is just a kind of a really selfish, kind of rude, unworthy engine that kind of gets sent away. If you look at
yeah,
it boldly, just trying to figure out what Audrey intended and why he would make such a radical decision, I feel like that actually tracks. I don't agree with it. I mean, I think that Henry is a really lovely character because he's one of the few that really struggles and can sympathize with. So to say, oh well,
yeah.
he was just lazy.
Henry's like my favorite Railway series character.
Right.
I
Yeah.
think
I mean, well,
I
he's
think
got
Edward
this whole arc.
probably I think Edward probably works the best with that metaphor because he's like this old reliable engine. It's like it works well because he's like been like working since like the 18th century, you know. So I think his character
Right.
matches really well with his character.
No,
And like
exactly.
I think personally
Thomas
though,
being
like
small ones, and Gordon being this big proud engine because he's the biggest on the railway. Like all the allegories track really well, I think.
Yeah, they do. And I think the problem with Henry is he's basically what Gordon is. And so I think that he can't really have the same archetype. So he ends up in this area where you kind of have to develop him not as a trained character, but just as a character, which Audrey didn't really know how to do very well. Like he takes a type of and he fleshes it out as a character. But Henry was kind of a repeat of Gordon in terms of build and size and whatnot. And so all he could really do to him was torture him, and that's what he did. It's like all the engines kind of most of them have some obvious trait that you can exploit. Edward is old and Gordon is big, and Thomas is this kind of small shunter that peters around and then ends up doing the work of bigger engines. And they all kind of have an obvious personality that you could draw from. Whereas Henry's kind of just like, what does a failure engine act like? So
it's very well. Your stories become very depressing very quickly with Henry.
They do, right? And that Henry is depressing. Like, but actually he gets
like I find it's funny. It's funny. Like you have when you're thinking of stories for the characters, it's like, right, okay, Gordon, he sort of has a triumph. Thomas, like he learns not to be selfish. Henry, he's depressed. Okay, he's sick. Okay.
He's depressed. The end.
He's sick. He's
Sorry,
fat.
Henry.
He's all the bad things today. That's good. That's good. Let's go back to James.
I think
he's being happy about something.
I think like the reason Henry would be like my favorite Railway series character is like my second favorite is Gordon, and I sometimes consider swapping the two. But the thing is, like, I love Gordon because he kind of grew up. Like, I love the story he goes through, but I think Henry is a bit higher than him because, like, whilst Gordon grew up, Henry kind of fought this sort of illness for a lot of years, and I think out of the three big engines, he's the most like emotionally sound, if that makes sense.
Oh yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? Is Henry struggles, right, with a lot of things, both his self-worth and his physical wellness. And I think that that has made him stronger, because he's had to combat feelings of inadequacy his whole life. And, I think the way he's kind of accepted it is he's tried a lot of different things. Sometimes he tries to kind of puff out his chest and claim that he's better than others, but that doesn't really suit him. So it doesn't really last very long. Eventually that kind of idea collapses. I think mostly he kind of has an internal understanding that that he maybe is the weakest engine. Maybe he's not better than anybody else. And yet he doesn't out too much. Like, whereas Gordon has it easy because Gordon believes he is the best, and he's kind of right. Henry to fall back on. Somebody when you break going to say it's true. Like, now what that doesn't inherently mean is that he's worthless. He's not. He has a lot to add to the railway despite his condition. But the fact of the matter is you've got this really sickly engine who is living through the 20s during like the locomotive crisis on the railway, and then after that you got the Great Depression, and you got like a lot of, and then you got the war. There's a lot of situations where Henry's demand is really needed and really deliver. And so, how does somebody kind of psychologically deal with that? I feel like, you kind of accept, I don't know, you accept, maybe they're right about me, but I got to survive anyway. And that's, I don't know, that takes a lot of strength, and it's sad that he's had to do that. But I also think kind of the fact that he doesn't have a prestige to lean on like Gordon does. Yeah, he doesn't have that crutch. So that does make him stronger.
I think like when I think about it now, Gordon and Henry's arcs are kind of the opposite from each other in some sort of ways. Because like from the moment Gordon was built, he was told that he was the best, and his arc is kind of like throughout the series is sort of like realizing that he's not, but being okay with that. Whereas Henry was like, from the moment he was built, he was told he was worthless, and throughout the series learns that, well, I mean, you're not the best, but you're an awesome dude. Like,
right. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like, Henry does slowly get built up, and then he gets his super rescue moment.
And James is somewhere in the middle.
James is
James is just there.
James
And then there's James.
James tries too hard. I just watched ours, so I'm making this comparison. James is a bit like Chick Hicks. Like think about Chick Hicks for a second. He came in second place in like hundreds of races. He's a really fucking good race car. And he's all frustrated because he's not in the lead, right? And it's like James is like that. James just needs to cool off a bit, and as long as he's not obsessed with being the best or the shiniest or the most kind of impressive, he still has a lot to offer, you know. I mean, for one
Hey,
thing,
Edward, eat your heart out.
Yeah. I could see maybe that with Thomas, you know.
So it's like the great race is actually James, Thomas, and Edward. Edward as the king. Except James doesn't do that to Edward.
What on God's green earth would Edward compete in at the great race?
No, Edward is like
bureaucracy.
He's been there for a while. He's going to retire, and then like James is like, "I'm not losing second place to you, old timer," and then he kicks him, and like
he kicks him, and then Edward swirls across the whole island.
Yeah, like, Great Railway Show yard, and then like Ashima stops. No, Thomas stops. Oh, wouldn't that have been great? Could you imagine the great race, but Gordon or the Flying Scotsman goes back and gets Gordon? That'd be everyone always.
Yeah, that would be really nice.
But like,
I think it's sweet at least that they went out of their way to illustrate that Scotsman like stopped and looked. He was kind of like concerned, but he's like, all right,
like he just kept going.
I'm gonna go continue the race.
Yeah, I think a nice detail.
Scotsman, you could have won. Like,
I think a nice detail would have been maybe if like, oh sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Oh, okay, thanks. I feel bad talking over people sometimes. So like,
oh no, that's the way you get bored and edges around.
Yeah, it's okay. I do it all the time.
I guess, but yeah, I think like a nice detail in the Great Race. Like overall, I don't really like the Great Race. It's just me personally. I just don't really enjoy it all that much. But I think like a nice detail would have been like maybe Scotsman could have been winning the race until he stopped for Gordon, and then after that he just couldn't get the lead. So like even him just stopping or slowing down for a brief moment to check if Gordon was okay is what cost him the race. I think that would have been kind of nice.
Yeah, no, that would be nice. I think it's tricky, right? Because they do not the show the Brenner era is a reality where dieselization basically never happened. Is the way that it's written.
Yeah.
And I feel like all of us here tend to view dieselization as a really important milestone in the timeline and the way it affects a lot of different characters. Oliver, Donald, Douglas, Boko, these are all characters who would feel radically different about things if they had not gone through it. But you'll notice like Oliver, like in his episode where he's talking about, you know, escaping scrap, he's bragging about it. It's not something that's traumatic that he doesn't want to talk about. It's something that he's like really proud of and thinks is impressive, which he does that a bit in the round. But I feel like there's a level of gravity in the books and even in season 3, whereas here it kind of feels like he didn't escape like an oppressive system that was killing like thousands of engines. It feels like he escaped a single scrapyard because he was outdated, and like it wasn't like a systematic thing. It was like just a single one-off incident. And so that affects Scotsman and Gordon as well, because basically the thing that brings them so close is losing their whole family and bonding. And the one time we see them interact in the books is after that happens. Whereas I think this is a look into what they would have been like normally as brothers if they had never lived through any tragedy that kind of sobered both of them. And, you know, the Great Race, that, I mean, I can never imagine Scotsman leaving Gordon there if he was his one remaining brother in the world after the 60s, but leaving him there when he's mostly focused on winning and like they're not even that close and they're bickering mostly and he's probably going to be fine. I could see him leaving him. So that's kind of the thing. That closeness.
I'd love if he like he gets to the end and he's like, okay, now that I've won the race, I'm going to go back and get Gordon. He starts backing up and then Gordon just explodes. But, maybe I should have got him. Oh,
they really. I mean, they took some liberties. Yeah, that's kind of crazy. That like he's just got steam leaking out. Like his boiler most certainly did not burst.
Oh no, my smoke machine has gone off.
How embarrassing. Yeah.
I do kind of like Streamline Gordon. It's just every time I look
Oh
at him,
yeah.
I'm like, okay, I like this, but like I just want to tweak it so that it doesn't look, you know, I don't know.
I
It's just
like it. I like it as it is. I really like the Great Race. Like I
I do
I
too. I'm
was
like the only person in the fandom who likes it.
no, you're not. You are one of thousands of people in the fandom that like it.
Okay, but I mean, I feel like I am, at least in my friend circles. I feel like
Twitter
none
will
of my
do that
friends.
to you. I mean, it's like I trust me. I love it. I know a lot of other people who love it as well. It's definitely well loved by a lot of people. But you
Yeah,
are
fair
right.
enough.
Is that there are a lot of people who resent it as well, and I totally get why. I mean, it for one thing. I was concerned when the Great Race came out because I loved it as a standalone, as a special. But there were some things that they did in there that were just kind of weird. Like the idea of a shunting competition was really just the biggest departure from the typical rules of Thomas that I've ever seen. Like the idea of
Points.
that's a very Cars thing to do, you know?
Yeah, points. Like the engines just like
Yeah.
have to yell points, and the signalmen go, okay, I guess we're switching the points. Yeah.
And then that became an actual thing they could do outside of the competition in later seasons. And like from the Great Race, I knew something was wrong. And then when JBS, when they introduced the bouncing and stuff, that's when I was really alarmed, because I was like, well, shit, like this is a
Yeah, they don't
slippery slope.
understand Thomas now. Yeah.
Yeah, they're gonna. And so I was not really surprised at all when All Engines Go came to pass, because like, I mean, that
Well,
that was
All
what
Engines Go was like being at the. It was like going over to the gravestone. You know, like Journey
yeah.
Beyond Shoulder was like witnessing your best friend die.
It's a bit extreme, but
I
that's
think
the
Like that,
energy.
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I think the weird thing is like it's so funny. I don't know why I think this, but like I kind of have a mutual respect for almost like every era of Thomas apart from like the Big World, Big Adventures era. Like I'm mostly like very Railway Series orientated in the way I think. Like I just naturally prefer most things that are from the books over say the show or whatever. Uh, but like for some weird reason, even I can look at like All Engines Go and think like, okay, there's something there that is completely bad. You know, like I kind of do that with
Somehow,
almost every
um,
era of the show.
everyone has over
What did you say?
here.
He's swapping over.
I'm gonna give it a moment to cool down here. All right, you guys hear me?
Yes. So Lemmy,
Yeah.
how do you want to talk
So
about cars?
carry on. What were you saying, Carl?
Yeah, I was saying how like even though I'm very like railway series orientated and how I view things, I can still look at say All Engines Go and the hit era and you know like the Brenner era and think to myself like, okay, no, there are cool things here. Like I kind of do mutually respect most, if not nearly every era of Thomas. But for some weird reason, when I look at the Big World, Big Adventures era, like season 22 to 24, I'm just like, oh god, like I just do
Because
not
I
like
feel
it at
like it
all.
was. I genuinely think it was the lowest effort version era of the show. Like,
Yeah. It's like there was like All Engines Go, despite being very different, has like a lot of time put into it, I think, whereas Big
honestly
World Big
does.
Adventures just doesn't give off that vibe.
That's the thing. I mean, when I first saw All Engines Go announced, obviously I was pretty frustrated, and the kind of the earliest clips we saw of it, the animation didn't look very good. It looked, I don't know, it looked lazy. It looked kind of like you were manipulating 2D paper cutouts in a very unnatural looking way. But like when I saw the actual show and animation, there's a lot of effort put into it. The way things are designed, I mean, it's pretty, and it does what it's trying to do very well. It's just that what it's trying to do is inherently got a ceiling over it, where they're never going to reach the success Thomas had before, because it just isn't as
Yeah.
different as other shows. They've got to share now with a lot of different shows that have the same energy. But I totally get why such an audience has built up around it in the fandom. For one thing, it's all we've got coming in. So, people make
Yeah.
do. It doesn't matter if you're gay or not. If you're in prison and you're surrounded by men, you may get into a romantic relationship. It's that sort of deal. It's like we only have all engines go now.
You were saying my metaphors were weird. Anyway,
well, we went from all engines go to being gay in prison.
I don't even know how that metaphor works, but I'll take it, whatever. But I think the reason that not all engines go, I think the reason that Big World Adventures failed essentially was because it tried to eat its cake and have it too, in that they tried to have nice Michael White railway series-esque stories showing the true friendship of Bill and Ben and Edward, and then you get Thomas playing with monkeys. So it's like, even if you have a child who likes Thomas playing with monkeys,
the goddamn monkey business!
Exactly.
I swear.
But even if you
have 100% monkey business.
But even if you have Thomas playing with monkeys and coconuts in India for an episode, and a child likes that, they aren't going to like the Michael White stuff. And if you have a child who likes the Michael White stuff, they aren't going to be like, it's just, you need to make your show be about the whole thing. Like if Thomas is going around the world, you need to have it be about that. If you're going on Sodor, you need to have it be about Sodor. You can't do the both, you know.
Right.
At least that's how I view it.
And
even if you have,
is that like if they were, I think a big thing that makes All Engines Go better is that it's
on Sodor for one.
Well, yes, but it's got confidence. Like they knew exactly what they wanted to do. And I think that what was going on before that was that they really kind of knew where they wanted to take the show, but they couldn't really justify it or get away with it. And so they're trying to stick to the old guard, but it just wasn't working. And I mean, I think the reason it wasn't working is because it was very poorly distributed for like 5 or 6 years, and it slowly suffocated the show, and the merchandising was also very bad. And then the second they started doing All Engines Go, they started doing all that stuff correctly. Which,
well, even the merch, like have you seen how good the All Engines Go merch is in the shops? Like
it's
it looks
fantastic.
Like
you look at it on a shelf.
The push along All Engines Go stuff. Like if I could collect them without being judged, I would, because at the moment I only have a James. But like genuinely, I love them. Like one, they're extremely accurate, and two, they're just adorable. Like I love them.
I collect them, and I defy anybody to judge me.
I've been clamoring for unique faces for ages. Like
no, it's really they're really cool. I have like I want to say 10 or 15 of those. There's some specifically that I'm looking for. I think Matt Twillman's holding onto a Carly for me that I'll be getting from him in October. But like, I mean, it's great merchandise, and it has a great energy to it. It represents the show really well. It's brilliant. Now, I do really wish that it had more depth. Like it is very much just kind of a kid's show with kind of surface level writing and morals. And I do wish there was more there because, I mean, to be honest, Thomas has been dying for a reboot for years, if I'm being totally fair. I mean, what other franchise can you think of that has basically taken the same form since the Second World War? You know, it's crazy. Like, it's been so similar. Even you compare the 3 railway engines to like The Adventure Begins, right? Those are separated by 75 years, 70 years, something like that. And it's the same story. It's the same characters. It's the same colors. It's the same energy. Gordon has the same number of wheels. Like they're extremely similar. So, I mean, in the Thomas fandom, obviously we are inclined to emphasize the differences because, they matter to us here. But if you look at it on the greater brand perspective, like Batman in his first appearance, like used a gun and wore little pink gloves and like killed people and like didn't have like an alter ego, or if he did, his parents hadn't died. There's a lot of missing things, and Batman today is fundamentally different, and he's been different. Like he's had like 10 different major iterations since the 40s. Thomas hasn't had that. It's been extremely traditional, and I do love that. I think that's part of its appeal, and I wouldn't be opposed to it continuing in the exact same vein. But as a comic book fan and as a fan of other things, it is neat to see it take on different forms. I would like to see it evolve that way.
It is nice to see different versions of Thomas, like, because that's why a lot of the things we do with Thomas is transform it into, okay, this is my Railway series Thomas, this is my classic series Thomas. So in a way, it is kind of nice to see, okay, this is my kiddie Thomas or my AEG Thomas. So
no, exactly.
Yeah,
it's kind of good in a way. Cool. Yeah. But Lemmy, what do
Speaking
you think
of
of
like,
Not the World War II, the Mark Foster movie? Any thoughts on
It's
that?
not coming out. I'll
You don't
believe
think
it
it's
when
coming
I
out?
bloody well see it.
Okay, well that's fair enough. I like that. I like the attitude of I believe it when I see it because I definitely have that as well. But I
Yeah,
mean, Barbie did well, and apparently J.J. Abrams is
yeah,
making
Barbie
a
did
Hot
well, but
Wheels movie.
I think I sincerely hope that Mattel is not comparing Thomas to Barbie in any respect. Because Barbie is a blank slate. Barbie is a broad concept that has a huge cultural impact, but very little actual lore. Thomas is a very, very specific little island off the coast of England that has a very specific layout of stations and geography and characters and history. And we know when the Vikings came. And so I think that, obviously, like I just said, I love to see Thomas evolve in a lot of ways, and I'd love to see a new movie that does that. But if they're going to treat him like a toy train, I don't want to see it. Like I would, I want them to take Thomas somewhat seriously. Even Britt Allcroft didn't go fully the toy train route. She only kind of implied it. But with Barbie, it made a lot of sense to make the whole movie, and I don't want to spoil it for anyone who hasn't seen it, but it's great.
Barbie died.
But I think that with Barbie, they were very they leaned into the toy angle. They leaned into, okay, what is Barbie as an idea, as an icon? What does it mean to the real world and to girls who play with it? And that was the whole movie. That's what it was about. Thomas, I'm not saying you can't play on the actual impact of the brand. In fact, I encourage it, but play
That would
on
be
it
that Leo Kim video though, wouldn't it? Remember that Leo Kim video he did where Thomas says a toy and he cries at the end?
Yeah. See that was sweet, but that was like a short film, and that's all it could ever be, right?
Yeah.
I just Thomas is an immersive.
oh yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah, it was powerful. But Thomas is an immersive and very realized world. It isn't a general broad concept. We all know that. And I would hate to see them reduce it to just a toy brand. Also, you got to remember, Barbie is Mattel. Barbie is their cash cow. It is fundamentally tied up in their identity as a company from the beginning. So that makes a lot of sense. Thomas is something they acquired 10 or 15 years ago from Britain that has very little in common with their actual company history. All that to be said, I frankly don't want them to own it, period. But I also don't want them, I don't trust them to treat it with the delicacy that they did with Barbie, which is their child,
I remember an article came out once and it said something like Mattel is the gatekeeper of Thomas or the protector of the brand or the something like that, and I just had to laugh. Very funny. I was like, yeah, sure they are. They're the protector of their IP, yeah.
It
I thought
really.
it was like, oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. You got it.
I thought it was like a very sort of interesting thing you could sort of center the Mark Forster movie about,
Yeah.
story wise. It's basically the general plot. It sounds pretty goofy at first, so just kind of hear me out. But the general plot would kind of be maybe it's they realize it's on Sodor, and they realize that Thomas and all his friends are becoming extremely popular in the eyes of just railway fans and children and everyone, kind of in the railway series. So then there's a bunch of people who want to take Thomas and put him in this museum so people can just look at him because he's valuable or whatever. And there could be some metaphor yeah, it's you guys want to just sit here and look at it, but at the same time this guy's a hero to many people. You can't just kind of do that. And if you did it right, you could kind of have this sort of message of yeah, Thomas is enjoyed by a lot of people, not just kids, if you did it right, obviously.
That is amazing.
I would really like that.
Yeah, no, me too. I mean, I feel like that is a really great extension of, because I feel like the Railway series says a lot of things, but I think one thing it says pretty overwhelmingly is engines deserve to run. Engines deserve to do the job they were built for. And and I mean, obviously the Railway series is extremely pro-preservation. There's a lot of books that were written to that end. But I think that Audrey overwhelmingly, he doesn't see the Northwestern as a heritage railway. It is a real railway, and the engines there, they're rebuilt constantly. They're put through their paces. They want to run. They want to do a job.
And I feel like that's one of the biggest kind of that's one of the greatest staples of Thomas as a genre is like, letting engines do the job they were built for and not cooping them up, not, kind of, I don't know. It's like the bit where Audrey goes off on somebody in some letter because they call Thomas cute. He's like, Thomas is not cute. He's a several ton machine. You treat him with respect.
Reminds me of something that his daughter said when I was at the lecture. She said, Audrey would always say, Thomas is not a tank. A tank is a machine of war. Thomas is a tank engine.
Oh yeah.
That's a different thing, but that's also very funny. Yeah. No, I mean, that's the thing.
I remember Audrey wrote like in his some kids wrote a letter to him about, I think it's in a very old engines in Duck and Dukes. There's like the coach behind Scarlowe in one of the illustrations. It's like the Mid Sodor coach or something like that.
Yeah.
And a kid asked about it, and Audrey basically confirmed that like it's a leftover coach from the Mid Sodor, and it does have a face. You just can't see it because Scarlowe's there. But the kid also mentioned in the letter that he really likes Scarlowe and Rheneas, or I don't know what gender the kid was, but and at the very end of the letter, after this long-winded explanation, Audrey just goes, "Oh, and I'm glad you like Scarlowe and Rheneas. I like them a lot too." And it just hit me. I was just like, "Oh,
yeah, that's so cute."
It reminds me of when David Mitton would say, "Oh, little Thomas and Percy,"
yeah."
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, I think Britt and David looked at the characters just infinitely differently from how Audrey did.
Yeah.
And,
Oh yeah, definitely.
I think
I don't know. It's like some people will kind of be like, I don't know, they'll liken Britt and David to the kind of parents of the franchise. I feel like it's more akin to say they're, Audrey's like, I don't know, like Audrey's one parent and they're the other, like collectively. Because you kind of need both. The reason Thomas is the phenomenon it is because of the backbone that Audrey created. But then the kind of the show business and the movie magic that kind of David and Britt inserted into the franchise, because you need both. You need, Audrey's words could only go so far without illustrating the beauty that he was trying to get across. And a lot of it still never came across. I mean, there's a lot of beautiful things that we never saw, but
I'm just picturing the Reverend like sending Thomas off. Okay, you be good at your stepmoms. Just make sure not to go near any of that magic. And then Thomas, don't worry, I won't. And he goes over and he gets to David, and Britt's like, and David comes out, he's like, right, let's blow something up, son.
Basically, yeah. And
then Thomas would come back to Audrey's, and his book plate, the front of it would be curved again. He's like, "What did they do to you?"
And then he said something like, I've no idea, but I met Rheneas. What did you call him?
I know he must be Rheneas, because I'm pretty sure that's what Audrey said. But
I'll always call Farquhar fucker or whatever it's called, because that's just funny.
That's gross. I'm sorry. I can't. I just can't. I think it's Farquhar, if anything.
Farquhar, Farquhar. Yeah.
But
my favorite station is "Fuck Us," said Thomas.
I think like Rheneas is interesting because, I mean, it's we can actually translate it, right? Like I looked it up. I think in Gaelic or something, you've got Ren meaning like divided and Eos meaning waterfall. And that actually does translate pretty directly. And I imagine Audrey pulled from existing languages to kind of create the Cedric translations. And it does divide pretty cleanly, right? So it's two words. And yet Rheneas is kind of strange. It sounds like a name. It sounds like Phineas, It's like, I guess it would evolve that way over time. I mean, just because something was originally intended to be said one way doesn't mean it will continue to be said that way. But I do like something about saying Rheneas, because it's like Ren-eus, it's like it's two words and you emphasize them. Like Scarlowe, it's like he's not Scarlowe, except in that one 10 Years of Thomas VHS. Got Rusty, Scarlowe.
I
Oh
actually like you
yeah.
mentioning this, Lemmy, because there are quite a few, as I'm sure Carol can say, there's quite a few words in the Railway series that are also Gaelic or Irish. You know,
Right.
it's a lot easier for, like, for example, Kildane.
Mhm.
Kill in Irish
Oh
means church.
yeah.
What is it in Irish?
Kill is church.
That makes sense. Yeah. So it'd be what, Church of the Devil.
Yeah, and like there's
And it's
also lots
just
of places in Ireland like Waterford, Wexford, and Knapford. You know,
Mhm.
so they're like
yeah,
very
and like
Gaelic.
Killarney. I know killing the Scully's not real, but killing the Scully. Uh,
Yeah, and I think a lot of the fords, I believe they were like Viking settlements. So Knapford is probably a Viking settlement as well. So like lots of really specific stuff. Although most of it, I think, is a lot of it comes from Welsh as well. Like a lot of the Y's and the NY's, that's very much a Welsh the or something. So you
Right.
know, yeah, but a lot of really clever stuff. Like
He
he
really
knew.
just kind of
yeah,
he just rolled in everything from all of Britain, and you see that in the engines too. It's like he really just pulled from everywhere, and that's kind of what's interesting about Sodor is, I mean, especially a couple of years back, everybody was talking about trying to make Sodor more multicultural, and what's interesting is that, I mean, obviously it's not representative of the world, but it's extremely representative of the entirety of the United Kingdom, which is very interesting, except for Ireland. Ireland is the one thing that's missing
Well,
entirely.
no, I think there are quite a few Irishisms, like a few of the names, but like, yeah, I know what you mean. Maybe it's because
There are no
I've got
characters.
my Irish bias over here because I know like the Irish references and stuff. But yeah, I know what you're saying.
Right.
But
But
no
it's
Irish
like,
engine, I suppose. Yeah, to be fair.
yeah, which is really, I think, the most important thing is to have
sure.
like,
Steamroller, like the accident in Steamroller, was inspired by an accident that happened on an Irish narrow gauge railway.
In Cork, I
yeah,
believe.
that makes sense.
Yeah, I think I used to have like a history book, and there was literally a picture, and it was like the exact same as the illustration where George has crashed into Sir Handel. Obviously, it was like black and white, and the face wasn't there,
I think
but
it's
like
on
it
the
was
wiki.
literally like,
Right.
yeah, but it was literally like the exact same picture. It was like a steamroller was traveling alongside an engine, and something broke in it, and it just swerved towards one of its wagons. But it
Right.
was insane, like just finding out that one of my favorite stories had come from Ireland. Like it was just so weird.
Yeah. No, that's cool. That's really cool. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of things are like that. The general concepts
Mm, yeah, I
from all
mean,
over.
English people have Thomas, and Americans have I don't know, cars, I guess.
Yeah, honestly though, it's so true. Like cars,
And
the cars.
Ireland has Mrs. Brown.
We don't talk in this chat, but yeah, cars. I mean, I guess cars is really symbolic of America in a lot of ways, like because cars
It
are
extremely
America.
is. I mean, it is. I mean, yeah, like it embodies the United States.
Like the road trip, that's like a thing in America. Is like, let's go on a road trip.
I mean, yeah, but so much deeper than that. I mean, they've got real racing legends in there. They've got California and Hollywood as major installments in that movie. They've got Route 66. They've got kind of the 50s style music, and kind of seeing, like, if you're going to kind of go back to one era in recent memory, you're going to go back to the 50s, because it's just that's kind of where the modern idea of American life kind of came from, is the 50s. Like that's the most recent time that American life changed dramatically and kind of stayed the same since then.
Especially Route 66. I mean, that's pure Americana right there. Like,
it is, yeah. But beyond that, like, I can't emphasize enough how the themes of the movie are very American. Like the whole fast lane thing, right? The idea of, people are so obsessed with the grind here and kind of trying to like make something of themselves and work their way to the top, and everybody in this country kind of knows that that's not healthy, but does it anyway because that's just what you do. And I think that Cars is very much an answer to that. Is it's like, okay, well, Lightning realizes that that's not really what he wants at all, and he finds this small town life. It's cool. It shows the two sides of America really well.
Yeah, you've got the fast lane. You've got the more chilled out America. It's like what would you call it? It's like the South's. It's like the South. It's like Texas, and it's like California. California's very quick and fast, and Texas is all laid back and guns and
it
and
depends.
Major.
I wouldn't quite say Texas. I'd say I wouldn't even necessarily
Say any
based on the state. Yeah, I would just say it's a matter of like just different lifestyles. You know, if you live in a small town versus a big town, because there are small towns in California.
Yeah, well, a small town in California, then let's say.
Yeah, so it's like it really, you know, you can kind of find that anywhere. I mean, I live nearby a big city. I live nearby Harrisburg. I mean, it's not that big. But it's you know, it's sizable enough. But I'm out in the country. You know.
Oh, hi,
so,
Jesse. Hello, Jesse. Just want to say hi.
Hey, Jesse Ortiz. How's it going?
I met you. I met you at one of the events, didn't I? Yes. Sorry, the one event I went to. Sorry.
Well, one of these events.
One of the
times I, left across the pond. You know,
Absolute party animal, Adam is.
Yeah, Carl. Speaking as an Irishman, can you say how crazy it was that I got on a plane like 24 hours before going to America?
Yeah. Oh my God.
Never met this.
Yeah, we were all shocked.
And I'm going to be doing it again to meet Lemmy in November, probably. I don't know, no promises.
Yeah, that's what I figured is that you're not sure, but you're trying to.
I'm trying to. I'm figuring it out. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, up to you. If you can make that work, great. If not, no sweat. But yeah, I'll definitely be at the Unlikely Fandom premiere. So
are you going to be in it, or
what, in the film?
Yeah.
I mean, Cardi shot some stuff of me in 2019, me and Ted. But I have no idea if we're gonna make it in or not.
He said that I might be in it, so it'd be cool. It'd be kind of a disappointment.
You almost definitely will be, considering he did. I mean, it's so recent that he actually shot that stuff of you. Yeah. I mean, I could see him not using some of the much older stuff. Kind of wish he wouldn't.
You're like probably thinking, oh God, I'm gonna say something and I'm gonna have to like do all this damage control.
No, I've never had that problem.
Okay. Okay.
But I typically don't say things that I regret publicly. But yeah, I mean, I think that it's just a matter of the awkwardness of seeing your younger self and you're like, oh God,
Yes. Well, you'll probably say, even if sure, I might see myself from 22 and like, oh my God, I'm so different. No.
Right. Yeah, but it hasn't been that long. You're the same person.
It's difficult to develop yourself over time, isn't it? I mean, like it's easy to transform yourself once or twice, but like I don't know, you get to a certain point and it's like I think you kind of maybe you hit a brick wall. I don't know. Do you ever feel
that does happen. I wouldn't describe it as a brick wall, but I would say it's maybe a comfortable groove you get into.
Yeah, I suppose so.
Yeah,
you kind of hit your developmental peak, as it were, maybe.
Right. I haven't hit that yet, but I'm hoping to at some point.
Lemmy, you were just born to be a granddad. You came out of the womb and you're like, right, granddad time.
I am not even born to be a dad, let alone a granddad.
Well, not a granddad, but like a dad or like an old man, let's say.
When they took him out of the hospital, he had that wooden pipe that he had in the Scarlowy review.
He was talking to the other babies. He's like, "You young whippersnappers."
You ever see that art piece? The "This is not a pipe."
I have.
It sounds familiar.
It's called the Deception of Images, I think is what it's called. Either of you ever seen that?
I'm looking it up right now.
It sounds very familiar.
It's just literally a white background with a painting of a pipe on it.
What's it meant to symbolize?
It's meant to symbolize. Well, I mean that's up to you, actually. But
well, it's in French first of all.
If you want me to explain it, it's just it's about the. I mean, it's called the Deception of Images, right? It's pretty straightforward. It's just about making you question it, like drawing a picture of a pipe, and then telling your audience this isn't a pipe. Like, what the hell are they supposed to think, right? Like, it's meant to challenge the viewer. It's meant to make you think, wait, well, like, and it could mean a lot of things. It could mean this is just, it looks like a pipe, but it's representing something else. Or it could mean this is not a pipe. This is a bunch of paint on a canvas, right? Like, this is not a pipe. It breaks your immersion deliberately. So it's just, it's there to challenge kind of your expectations about art. And that's exactly what when I made that pipe, that's what
Does anyone here speak French?
Yes, indeed.
Can you do your Millie voice, Lemmy? I know you got a good Millie voice.
Hmm?
I know you've got a good Millie voice. Do your Millie voice.
Well, maybe I do, but I certainly don't have a good grasp on how to pronounce French letters.
Well, I know that
I've like
Ness is like not is, or I don't know. I'm just making this up. Un is like the French is the feminine because there's an E here. Is this like Marion and the Pipe? Is this like her origin story? I don't know.
You're like, that's not working, and rapid shut down that whole joke.
Yeah,
I was gonna say that. I love like I do French in school, and I'm absolutely terrible at it. Like it was a choice subject. You could either do like metal, like engineering, or French, and I was kind of scared to do engineering, so I did French. But I'm like equally bad in both subjects. And the thing is, like, I love this. There's this album I love. It's called Miracle Musical, and it's mostly English, but there's like Japanese and French segments in some of the songs. I can sing them perfectly, but I cannot form a normal sentence in French or Japanese.
Right. I took 3 years of Spanish in high school, and all I can tell you is how to conjugate verbs. Like, I don't actually speak the language.
I know a bit of Spanish. Let's see. Hola, me llamo Victor. What's that line? Tengo un problema. That's all it's Spanish. Whenever I met a Spanish person, they're always like, I have a problem. And they're like, yeah. I can tell.
Yeah, some of those verbs are weird. Like tango, you would think, because you just change the ending of it basically to indicate, like tango would be, I have. But if you wanted to say you have, you wouldn't say tangas. I think you would say tienes, which is strange. Like usually the yo verbs are very strange because they're usually different from how everything else works. Like if I really tried, I could brush up and probably learn the language properly because I still kind of have all the foundations for how it works. But yeah, I never like really did it conversationally, so it never stuck.
Yeah, I would love to be able to speak Japanese, but I just don't have it.
Yeah.
I can do a good hero voice.
It would be so convenient for me if I could do Spanish just because I constantly run into people at work that speak only Spanish.
Well, yeah, I mean, Spanish is like the second most spoken language in America, isn't it?
I would not be surprised at all if that were the case.
I think it is, yeah, because of all the Latin Americans or whatever the term is for people from the coming up.
People who speak Spanish.
Yeah, people who speak Spanish, sorry, yeah. But I mean, like immigrants coming from or migrants.
It's tricky because, like, if you say South America, well, that leaves out Mexico, which is in North America. There's just a lot of places.
And then if you say Indian America, then it's a whole other thing. You don't understand.
Wait, what is that?
I said then if you say Indian American, it's a whole other thing, and you don't want to get into that.
I guess, but it's not very related. Yeah, that's Indian American. I mean, it's interesting. I feel like for a while, everybody would aggressively only say Native American, and now even that is seen as kind of I don't want to say a tone deaf term. Like it's totally, I think it's totally on the up and up to say somebody's a Native American, but also like I don't know, all these white people come to this country and then for some reason Native Americans are the ones that have to put an adjective in front of their name. Like, why are they not just Americans and we're foreign Americans? Like that's the frustrating part, right?
Because America and then eagle sound effect. America. Everyone's
got a complicated history, but
what do you think of Thomas's representation of America? Big giant desert with nothing in it.
Worst thing ever. Do New
What
York.
About California? As a Californian, what was it like seeing California in Thomas for the first time ever?
Pretty terrible.
Did you cry?
I mean, yes. No.
If Thomas came to Ireland and he said, "How are you?" and then just a bunch of leprechauns jumping around, I wouldn't be complaining.
No, I remember talking to my mom about it, like when the episodes were coming out, and I remember talking to her about like how bad all the countries were represented, and I said, I guarantee you, if Thomas comes to Ireland, they will have him pull like a train, and it's just going to be a bunch of open-topped trucks filled with potatoes. I guarantee you.
Yeah, honestly.
But Lemmy, how was California, your state, specifically represented?
Poorly. But not so much like. I don't know. I seem to recall everything being neon colors for one thing. Like everything, like when they were at San Francisco, it was like greens and reds and blue. It's like it was weird, right? Because I've been to San Francisco now. I hadn't been my whole life, but a few months ago I went up there with my dad, and it's beautiful. But it's I don't know, like the Golden Gate Bridge is definitely like
Right.
iconic, but you only see it in the far distance. Like it's not going to be like towering over the city, right? Like it's not going to be like crossing any buildings. And I think like the kind of the waterfront, like the piers, the wharves in San Francisco are really kind of crucial to its identity. But like I don't know how you would insert a railroad in that, but if I had to put it somewhere, I guess I'd run railroad tracks along, you know, like Fisherman's Wharf and stuff. And then you could like have Thomas see all the commerce happening there and, you know, ships coming in and whatnot. And I don't know, maybe you really stretch things and Thomas by accident ends up on one of the trolley lines and he starts going up and down these really steep hills with trolleys. Like that would be really funny, you know? Like that's like what I know San Francisco for. But instead, yeah, like Jesus, like when I look at this, I think of places in like New Jersey. Like that does not look like California to me.
Well, this is something I've noticed. I like how they actually have the that's the thing from King of the Railway, that what's it called?
Yeah, I guess so.
Travelator. I guess that travels to America.
Just
They've
out
got
of curiosity, like
dots. There's two what are they called? Frankies over here. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, that's what those are called. Those are Frankies. I would
Well,
know
they are
Frankies
Frankies. There are two of them, and they're both. And also, I like how these tracks here. You're trapped on these forever, basically.
Yep, prison line.
And also, Vinny's here because Vinny definitely worked in San Francisco. I'm pretty sure.
Hell yeah.
there's this meme from the Walking Dead where like one of the characters are like running towards the camera and he's saying, "What is that? What is that?" as he's running. And I just like anytime I see like Big World, Big Adventures versions of like countries, I just that's the first thing I think of. Just like, what is that?
I know you're upset, Lemmy, but look, series tree reference, Lost Treasure reference. See, they care.
That doesn't.
It's okay now. The whole scene is perfect.
Is this,
I can't see anything
why
wrong
are
with
there
the scene.
pictures of Sodor in a San Francisco diner, and why is the diner on the docks like this, like next to a rail yard? I
Well,
mean,
that's obviously so Duck can come crashing through the window. Obviously.
Oh yeah, or the American equivalent of Duck.
It's like my problem isn't so much that America looks like. Look, I have a problem overall with them showing real places and having them look lackluster. All right, but if I can ignore that for a second, why would you have the characters go to such iconic places only for them to look nothing like the places you're representing? Like, why?
Yeah.
What's the point of sending Thomas to San Francisco if not to involve the trolleys and the Golden Gate Bridge and like the waterfront and like all of that stuff that's so iconic, you know? Like I'm totally fine with them like doing something really goofy, but like the fact that they didn't even do anything really meaningful with it at all. I mean, like with New York, right? I mean, if they're gonna send the characters to New York, which I would recommend, because if you're gonna send Thomas anywhere in America, send him to New York, or Hollywood. But you know, Hollywood has little railroad association apart from all the movies about railroads. So send Thomas to New York, where you know you had the New York Hudsons running in and like the Penn Central and like the, you know, like all the really cool stuff that like American railroading did. You could have Thomas go to like, I don't know, some really famous station, you know, go to Grand Central Station, go to you know, revive Penn Station, you know, like do some like cool stuff with New York.
Like this, like having Porter's brothers.
Railroad Association.
Like having Porter's brothers there or something. That'd be cool.
Yeah, like that would be kind of neat, you know, to kind of hammer home the fact that Porter is from America. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I don't know. It's just America has such a distinctive identity. It's not that hard. I mean, hell, we make all these goddamn movies about ourselves. We clearly are like screaming to the world who we are. It's not that hard to figure out what New York is about or what San Francisco is about. I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of places in the world that if they're put in a movie that has little nuance, they mind it. I feel
I
like
don't know how
Americans.
they managed to get these like shorts. They look really like the places they go to. Like this
Yeah,
looks like New York.
yeah, it does. No, that's very cool. I mean, the cranes are very strange looking, very British looking. But other than that, like, yeah, I mean, it's a good look. It looks clogged and industrial, and yeah, it looks like the New York docksides.
I used to
I have some
I
questions
used
about
to
the
like
train, though.
Is that the Freedom Tower?
Yes,
Is
that's
that
the
the Freedom? Oh my God!
We should have done this stream yesterday, but this is
Oh,
anyway.
oh, that is
Is
the
this a
Freedom Tower.
reference to? I'm not even going to say it because this will probably get demonetized or something. But like, I don't even-
Demonetized.
They're
I'm
not
sorry, it would have
demonetized.
to be monetized first.
I'm more curious about this rail car thing. Like, what's going on? Anyway,
What, the brake van thing?
no, the caboose,
What?
the brake van. Yeah,
Okay. It seems to be a brake van.
but it looks like I don't know. It just looks weird. Anyway, but look here. I wish they'd gone to Switzerland. I mean, the Swiss mountains look lovely.
Yeah, see, that's pretty.
Yeah, I don't know why the episodes don't look like that. This looks like Brenner era Boba. Oh,
Yeah, it kind of has that energy here. I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom.
we're taking over the stream.
Yeah, you are. And then after this, I'll probably bring in the next round.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah,
Let's
just to be
see.
fair.
What should I do while I have this stream? What should I do? What should I do for when Lemmy gets back? So, how does it feel to be in charge of the stream?
wait, what? Who's in charge of the stream?
We are in charge of the stream. Lemmy's left me like this tab open, and he's just gone to the toilet. So I've potential to put anything I want on the stream right now. This is the second time Lemmy's put me in charge of the stream. This is great.
Father Ted Marathon. Let's go educate these people.
Oh, let's see. I know. I'm going to find Carlos.
Fizzling rails. It's like the one thing he says.
Fizzling Fredegos.
Oh, is that what he said? I always thought he said fizzling rails.
No, fizzling fuegos. Fuegos meaning fire.
Ah, okay, that's pretty cool actually. I hate that scene so much.
Oh no, the one they cut out.
Oh, Lemmy, we were just talking
I
about
love-
this stuff.
I love it. It's like Lemmy leaves us in charge of the stream, comes back, and that's all he sees.
Yeah, that was a weird time. Oh my goodness.
Yeah. I remember like seeing it in a preview, and then I went to go watch it in the cinema, like the movie with my sister. And I was kind of waiting for that scene, and then they just skipped it, and I was like, "Oh my God, I didn't know I wanted that scene cut, but thank God they did."
Yeah. I mean, that was a very turbulent time for the brand. I feel like because it was, I don't know, the same thing with like there was constant scandal, like in the TCC where like Vinny flipped off like a magnet or something, and then they like
Oh yeah. I'm sorry, but that is so funny. Like like,
it is funny.
I know.
I mean, the people involved
Yeah.
weren't all happy about it because it reflected badly on them and their careers. But like, I can't deny that was. I laughed a good deal at that, along with a lot of
Yeah,
other
that's
Actually,
just like
I remember something very funny when that happened. There was a what was it? There was oh, that was weird.
oh my
But anyway,
God,
there was something really funny. So
Lemmy's
so
computer turned into a time machine.
I think he's actually gone back in time to delete me off the server. But anyway,
Oh no. If you disappear, we'll know.
but
all right, we are back in business.
I remember there's something really funny from that TCC episode that Axel said that I was so fast I was a blur, and after Vinny did the whole finger thing, they actually blurred the whole video. So like there was there was a screenshot of Axel being blurred.
They went through.
Oh no, let me.
No, Lemmy.
Hi Will, I can see you in the comments saying stuff. Oh yeah, Ian McHugh kissing Rebecca. Oh, I have to get that up.
Wait, what?
Oh, I'll show you if Lemmy comes back, or the stream probably dies since Lemmy is not here.
All right. There, we should be in better straits now. You hear me?
Yeah, but you're saying that they blurred out everything?
Yeah, so they went through 2 or 3 corrective actions there. I feel like first off, they blurred the magnet, but I think what they did is they blurred the wrong magnet or something, and then they blurred the right magnet. Then they just blurred everything, and then they took the whole video down. So like they were just, I don't know. There was a lot of miscommunication happening at Mattel at the time, and probably still.
Mattel miscommunication? Never.
Me sick.
The thing about that whole magnet situation is like part of me does think like, oh Vinny, why would you do that? But then on the other hand, I'm just like, nice one. Like part of it is just so funny to me.
Yes, Will, I have got my new house keys. Did you hear about this, Lemmy? I lost my keys in Wales.
No, yeah,
that's concerning.
No, I lost my car keys. I made a whole video about it. I lost my car keys and I drove my car over to Wales. So
anytime I hear that song, that I got the key, I got the secret, I think of that video now, like the one you made, Adam.
Yeah, because I at the end of the video I was singing "I've got the key" and I was like, singing as I was driving. Will is saying in the comments that we should go back and get the keys. Will, I will never go back to that beach so long as I live.
Oh my god! Is what I'm assuming you lost them on a beach?
Yes.
I don't know how late it is for you, Will. Probably about as late as it is for these two. But if you want to join at some point, then you are very welcome.
I mean, it's only like 8 o'clock for me.
It's 8 o'clock for them.
Right.
As well,
I'm still getting used to that. Is the fact that because I live in Pennsylvania now, everybody in your time zone is 5 hours ahead, not 8.
Which makes it a lot handier for calls and stuff, doesn't it?
Yeah, honestly.
That's so crazy to me, like depending on
1 in the morning. And then be like,
it's so crazy to me, like depending on what part of America you're on, it's like the hours are different. Like, because Ireland is like so small that it's like it is more or less the same time zone no matter where you are, really.
I mean, it's crazy. Like, I mean, just the state that I lived in most of my life, California, could be its own country. Like, it's big enough to be that. I mean, it's crazy. Even within California, I think it's something like 14, 16 hours to drive from north to south. And it's like driving across maybe like 6 hours. Nah, probably more like, well, not maybe. I'm not sure. But the point being, it's huge. And so that's one state. And it's one of the bigger states, but it is one state. So think about the whole country. Yeah, I mean, it's multiple time zones for sure. Yeah, in California right now, I mean, right where I am right now, it's 3:22 p.m. But in California right now, it would be 12:22. So it'd be lunchtime. Which is kind of crazy.
Lemmy, I think you should draw what I'm sharing on my screen right now.
Well, let me see what you're sharing.
That's Ian McHugh.
Is he kissing Rebecca?
Yeah, he's kissing Ian. Yes, he's kissing Minnie's Rebecca. Yeah.
I don't like that. I think he's gonna get canceled in 5 years. That's what I think that means. I don't know. Like when people make weird jokes like that, it ends up being weird.
Who added this to the wiki? Why would Thomas Sears one add this to the wiki? That's very weird. Anyway. I'm not even joking. I'm the one who added that image. Anyway,
it's like I get more jaded with time when I see, like, I don't know, like if it walks like a goat, it talks like a goat, it's a goat. It's like, I don't know. That's a bit alarming to me that he would kiss Rebecca on the lips for a photograph like that.
Wait, what? What did I come back to?
A photo that Adam shared. I mean, let's see. What do we got here? So we've got a few people waiting in the wings. This has been lovely.
Yes, maybe we should let them get in because I've been taking up too much time, I think.
No, you're good, Adam. But it's been lovely talking to you.
Yeah.
And you as well, Carl. It's been. You do go by Carl, don't you? I'm not just assuming.
Kind of, but not really. It's complicated, but you can call me Carl for now.
Okay. Yeah,
Well, I have to get back to write. I literally took the day off work to. Well, I told them I was sick, but I took the day off to write my script. That's how bad it is, man.
Right. Very very driven.
Yes.
Just real
very
quick,
driven to write a script, yes.
I mean, I'm not going to
just real quick before. Oh, just real quick before I leave, I just want to say, like, if I put, say, like a picture, oh no, I can't put a picture into the chat thingy, never mind. I was gonna say, I just wanted to find a way to share that smudger picture I was talking about earlier, the one I drew, but yeah, it's
sure.
fine.
Yeah, and I mean, is there a way you could, yeah, I'm just trying to figure out how to do that logistically. I mean, if you could screen share it maybe, but I imagine you're on your phone or something.
Yeah, I am.
Photograph it. Will Thomas 199 says, Adam, how dare you?
That could apply to a lot of things. Will gets offended by every second sentence I say, so
Every second sentence.
it's true. Well, that's my relationship with most people. I say
Oh,
stuff.
he also
like,
says, Adam, do you write Ian times Rebecca fan fiction? You strange man.
Well, I do, but like, since when was that Ian's problem?
So I'm not opposed to writing Ian times Rebecca fan fiction. People can do what they like, but Ian McHugh kissing Rebecca in public, that I think reflects poorly. I
like how it's like, oh yes, we're doing a very inclusive series. We're rising off the toxic masculine Edward and Henry. Oh, don't mind, I'm just going to kiss one of the new girl characters. Don't mind me.
Yeah, see, it's just a little weird, right? Like if it wasn't one of the girl characters, that might be different. Like I don't know. Does it indicate something? Like after John Lasseter, I don't know who to trust.
Yes, I remember asking that in a live stream, like how does gender work in the Cars universe? And the first thing you said was, I don't want to consider how John Lasseter thinks of gender.
Yeah. Oh goodness.
Oh, never mind. I'm back.
Right.
I literally.
I think I should go because I don't want any more people waiting. Obviously, I think I've already taken like an hour.
Yeah.
And yeah, but all I'd say
I'm
is,
the master here. You're good, but I appreciate your courtesy. Absolutely. It's been lovely talking to both of you.
Yeah. It was fine. It was nice, like, you know, after like all these years of just commenting and stuff, finally getting the chat to like chat the chance to chat with you, and like nice to chat to you as well, Adam, because I've seen a lot of your videos and I was like, this is a cool guy.
I suppose I am a pretty cool guy now that you mention it,
yeah. And I'm surprised you haven't gotten in here sooner. So I'm glad that we were able to make it work. Anyway,
Carl, do you have a Twitter or something? Because like I'll definitely follow you on that if you want.
Yeah, I'll just hang on.
Use it often?
Not really, but I'm sure like if someone sends me a message or whatever, I will check it.
Okay, cool. Yeah, because I think we actually have a group chat for all the Irish boys, so I like to recruit as many as I can.
I heard about that actually. Yeah. My username on Twitter is River1088.
Can you type it in the chat?
Yeah, like the stream chat or the StreamYard chat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Unless you don't want to reveal it to the masses, of course.
Yeah.
I don't mind.
Okay.
Well, Lemmy, I hope you check out the next video because I know you'll like it. It's Edward and Thomas doing things on the Northwestern. I know you'll like that.
Doing things. Nice.
Well, you know, like PG things, like, you know. Well, I can't.
The only,
promise that,
of course.
The only time things were done on the Northwestern.
All right. Anyway, so thank you for joining, guys.
Anytime.
Talk to you next time. All right. You take care.
All right. This is where I take my leave now.
Yes, indeed. Hopefully you can hop on for the next one too.
Yeah, hopefully. If I can, I'll try to send you that picture of Smudger on Twitter or something if I find a way.
I do that. I'll look out for you on Twitter.
All right. Well, thanks for having me, dude.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Thanks for always being so supportive. Yeah, I mean, it's you definitely got to get on next time. We'll try to make that happen. All right. Talk to you.
I mean, you give me stuff to support.
All right. You take care.
All right, see you, dude.
See you later. Oh, look at that. I haven't had to kick anybody yet. Inevitably, that does happen at some point. All right. Sam, you're coming in. Are you ready? It looked like a yes.
Hey!
How you doing?
My
Sam?
God, it's been so long.
It really has been. I've been on and off the grid. But how you doing?
I'm alright. I think it's been about nearly two years in October. It'll been since I last was on stream.
It's been about 2 years. Yeah, I think
I'm
so.
in Sydney now, apparently. I'm now apparently Sydney.
Yeah, I guess
That's just happened.
Your voice has.
Where's my legs?
Your voice.
Yeah,
has
I know.
Dramatically. Oh my god.
A lot of things have changed. One, I've adopted. This is my child now. This one.
Oh, okay, nice. I hope that you've enrolled him in school.
No, that's Lemmy's job.
Oh, okay.
Considering he is in Railway Series livery.
So what am I looking at here? So Luke is, what's he made out of?
Luke is a PDF. There's a special kit online group called PDF Models,
Yeah.
and he's a 3D printed kit. However, he's heavily modified. For one thing, I am planning on making a video. I'm just washing brush because I've been painting a Great Western coach for a project I'm doing.
Wait, you're painting what?
Great Western coach.
Oh, okay, nice.
One of the old Dean ones. That's HO.
Okay, wow.
But it's taking hours because I'm having to paint all the little panels in cream.
Oh my god. Yeah, that looks.
But it is.
It's gonna be.
It is for a project. Secrets. But anyway, back to this little guy. He's as I said before, he's had quite a few modifications. For one, the kit. Hang on, I've got it in my drawer. I've got for exclusive access. This is what I call the modeling drawer.
Oh, whoa, awesome!
And I've got things like a Star Trek stack, which is show scale, 10 cents.
If he's from existing files, you probably. Oh wow! Wait, 4? Well, we got a Thomas as well.
That's just in there. Gauge 1 lady body shell. Gauge 1 Thomas cab. But tucked somewhere at the back, he says. No, he can't find it. Oh, underneath the 00 scale chain. I've dropped the phone. I've dropped the phone into some paint. Oh dear. Fixed. Okay. Am I still coming through? There we go. Yeah, I am. I am still coming through. I think it might be. Is it? Have on. Lemmy? Don't tell me his internet's gone now. I'm just going to check. Can I check the live chat? I can check the live chat. Yeah, okay. If you guys are on the stream, hi, I've turned my phone upside down. Can you guys, if you're on the stream, can you guys hear me, or is it Lemmy? He's gone to the shadow room. Okay, thank you. I think somebody sent me a message. Insane Edwin. I feel like I've heard that name. You probably have. Look close on my forehead. Oh, and Lemmy's gone. Fantastic. You probably have heard of me. I did a video on Luke and why he's my favorite character. I've done a few things on Twitter, such as working on models. I've also done vlogs of the audio extravaganza, and I was at the audio. Oh, there we go. He's back.
Yeah, I've returned. It's just the internet. I imagine you're talking about your things that you've done.
Yeah, somebody was saying that Insane Edward, I recognise that name. Also, one thing, I've been on these streams before, years ago.
It's rather impressive. I must say, rather impressed that you've kept this name for so long.
Well, considering I was originally, I started out by messaging Ted on Twitter, going, "Help me decide a name," and we started Little Western Productions, which was my name I ran for Little Western Reviews. That was it for a year. When we first met.
I mean, you even had another one before that. I don't know if you want me to say it here, or if it's a secret.
Yeah, SG Media.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I remember.
That was one I just kind of grew out of, and then it was more the fact that I still got that channel. It still had so much stuff on. I've just kicked something. Had some stuff on it, but it's kind of died out. While Insane Edward kind of caught on. I'm 3 subs away from 300 now. And I'm just like, I think because I've done a smattering of videos now. One I did on Luke, why he's my favorite character, and that's got 6.3K. I was just like, that was I attribute that entirely to Adam because I put his name in the title. So thanks, Adam.
Yeah, no, he's taken off. I sure hope he doesn't suffer from the fame because that's God knows.
Oh, he already has.
No,
I'm joking. I'm joking, Adam. Please don't attack me. Basically, since kind of I last spoke on it, me and Adam became really quick friends, and then met up on something I've nicknamed the Week in Wales.
Well, that's awesome.
Wow, your internet is really playing up.
Yeah, what do I sound like right now?
You're fine now, but you get like minutes where you just go gone and then come back.
I imagine it's the mixture of video and audio that's the problem.
Probably.
I wonder.
Could you not? I was going to suggest. Do you not want to do what you used to do on the old streams, which is mute the camera and then join on your computer? Because if you mute it and then turn the volume on your phone off, because then you've got nothing coming out the phone, nothing going into the phone.
Because the only thing.
I really want to get the live chat up, but I can't technically because my Wi-Fi's down. Somehow my mobile data is stronger than Lemmy's internet.
All right. So how do I sound?
All good on my end.
All right. So yeah, the only reason I wouldn't do this is because it typically results in a slight echo from my phone, but we'll survive.
Oh. But what I was going to say is effectively. What was it? Me and Adam met up, had the whole Week in Wales thing, went to Fairlawn, and he lost his keys, and it's partly my fault. Because I kind of pushed him down a dune at Fairlawn.
Wait, so did he lose them in the sense that they were irretrievable, or did he lose them in the sense that he didn't know where they were?
Okay, by the way, I love how now my phone is just your logo. Oh my god, that's just funny. It's just become your StreamYard thing. It's quite funny.
Yeah, I mean it made sense back when my camera was still working here.
Oh no, I meant like the whole. Anyway, it doesn't matter. But effectively, those people who have seen my trio. Oh, there we are. I'm back here. My trio of vlogs and Adam's one vlog about the week in Wales, which he joined halfway through. You'll know we went to Fairborn after Bauer, and we messed around on the dunes at Fairborn across from Barmouth. And in my video, you see me and Adam rolling down one of the dunes.
Right, and that's the part where he lost his keys.
At some point in that fall, in that tumble, his keys. Well, no, actually, one thing. His phone fell out of his pocket at the same time. He retrieved his phone, did not retrieve the keys because he didn't realise until about because he was having to leave to pick someone up, and he only noticed when he went to leave. About an hour later.
Oh God! So
they were gone. They were gone. We literally like kind of methodically, me, him, and my three friends, all kind of spaced ourselves out on the thing and combed through the sand. Couldn't find them.
Somebody took them. You think?
No. I think they're buried. Oh, I think they're about. I think they're deep. I think they're buried because the thing is though, because when we stopped, because think about it. They went into the sand, and obviously they've been covered up. But then we continued to play around on the dunes. So I think more sand got kicked over the top of them, and those are buried.
Yeah. Oh, so now the metal detector comment makes sense.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Also, he was a complete. Well, we did until that point, because then we had to. Me and my three friends had to drive to Tower Flynn, drop off all our stuff, drive all the way back to Fairborn, pick up Adam, at which point then we went for a meal and to buy some stuff, and then we went back to the caravan and we all got relentlessly smashed. Yeah, fun. And I ran Luke on top of somebody's head. Anyway.
Right.
So I wanted to circle back to this because you can see kind of all the shenanigans that I'm talking about in my vlogs. Shameless plug. Shameless plug is shameless. But I kind of wanted to circle back to this guy because effectively he's just a PDF models kit. You can buy that. It's not cheap. Like it's £160
just for the file.
Just for the no, they're not. No, they're for pre-printed. Like okay. They print it off for you. But PDF models is one of those home run businesses, so you've got to price them up,
right,
to make a profit because not everyone buys them. But one good point: these are technically show scale. They are season 5 act scale, 16mm.
Does that really matter when he's bright red?
Technically, because they do a Tower Flynn, Dolgar, Tom Rolt, Sir Hayden,
right,
and an Alf.
But they're not TV series proportions, though. I imagine
they are, because I've actually seen the TV series prop in person, and somebody's put one of the AccuCraft live Steam 16mm models, which are like 99.99999% accurate because they were developed by the TR team.
I know they're the same.
They are the exact same proportions.
But I mean, proportions are different. Like they're
same. No, they're the same. They just don't have as much detail. That's what makes it look different.
Yeah, I mean,
there may be a millimeter out, but they are scarily similar.
What about like Duncan though and Sir Handel? Like they're not.
Duncan, Sir Handel. Yes, Sir Handel is very, very accurate. The two most accurate, I'd say, though, are obviously Townsend or Scarlo Irenaeus. But all of them are pretty good except Duncan. Duncan's where it drops. Weird. And Rusty.
Yeah,
however.
So you're telling me that the season. Are we talking season 4 or season like 8 and onwards?
Oh God, no! Right, hang on. I've also been doing more been doing a lot of model work in the time I've been away. But what I wanted to show you, where's the season 4 wagon?
Here, you haven't got to illustrate to me, Sam. I've been modeling these for about 7 years now.
No, what I mean is the fact of I wanted to just show you some cool stuff as well. But climbing back onto my chair and not falling over. Okay. What I wanted to show you is obviously this is the season 5 props, the kind of scale of them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's for hang on. I lost it up my table. Push them off to the side, get rid of the cab. By the way, this is a commission for somebody. But
so you're saying Luke is in scale with the new series ones?
Yes, the season 5 onwards.
Why do I struggle to believe that the new series Skarloey has the same proportions as Tally Quinn? Like, I mean, I guess there's key details that are different. The buffers look a lot different.
Now, this is a difference. When I mean detail, I mean real detail. Like, Tally Quinn has the proper wooden buffer beam, with the metal plates added to it, and and the big blocky buffers.
You're saying the way that the tanks compared to the bunker, compared to the cab, compared to the smoke box, all the major components.
Yes, they're all the same.
Wow. So, do you think that they genuinely looked at the references? Like,
that is something I do believe, because this is the thing. When you're talking about, well, I can illustrate my point quite easily if I just push Luke out the way next to something I'm going to reveal in a minute. This is a season 4 Tom Flynn using the files by what's his name? The LBSC Thomas.
Mm-hmm. Noah?
No, they're not. No, they're not. They're from another guy who's on Thingiverse. I can't remember his name right now. But if you look on Thingiverse and you Google O-Scale Skarloey, season 4 files, perfect, really good. But effectively, this is obviously the season 4 one. And obviously, because of working with the Gauge 1 props, which, again, pulling from random bits and bobs, there's Thomas's cab, they had really difficult to work with. But when they moved up to the O-Scale track, but 16mm scale, they had a lot more freedom.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of drawings out there. I've collected quite a few from the Telflin Railways archives, Festiniogro's archives. They have a lot more to play with.
So you're thinking
that most of them
not hard for them to get a hold of those?
Yeah, I mean, in those days they were in magazines. They were in magazines like every other week.
Yeah,
and also it wouldn't have been hard. I've gone up to I've emailed the Telflin Railway before and gone, hey, I'm trying to build a Telflin. I'm planning on building a Telflin. Can I have some drawings? And they just sent me.
I guess it's just I guess what makes them look so different is just the way that the wheels scale with the body.
That's the big thing.
The fact that the faces are so huge that they really ruin the elegance of the engines. All that sort of stuff.
That's the big thing. But something else that, kind of going off on this little tangent, something else that is really, like, it doesn't bother me, but it just kind of confuses me, is this is obviously a season 4 scaled wagon. I've checked with the references. This is correctly scaled, so is Skarloey. And looking at them together, that looks like season 4. But if I get an accurately scaled 16mm wagon, aka season 5, it's basically the same.
Right.
But in season 5, they really scaled up the wagons. I mean, you think about it, a season 5 wagon is about the same height as Skarloey.
This is very much a TV seriesism, but like, I like the bigger wagons quite a lot. Like, I
like them, but I'd like if they were mixed in with more accurate ones. But that's just me being a British
I don't like the tiny slate trucks. I know that's how they were, but it's just the ones in the show are so satisfying in both
in both.
I don't get that. No, sorry, I don't get that. I get that. That's the big thing, and I like that. But it's just a part of me. Just when I realized that, I was like, "Why did they do that?" But obviously,
I
trying
totally
to keep the illusion going.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Is like, I have a lot of things like that where I kind of know what the right version is versus what I like. It's taken me a very long time to ignore the right version in favor of what I like because it's very, like once you know the truth, you're kind of like, well, I can't just not, I can't let this slide. It's like, this is a very obvious kind of unrealistic quality that is now in this thing that I love. So naturally you're going to want to represent it for how it actually is. Yeah, I mean, it's
what I was going to say is you were saying about Sahandle before.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it just so happens somebody commissioned me to work on a Sahayden in 16mm, and again, it's actually really clever how, I mean, just working on projects like this, it makes me have so much more respect for the model makers because they made these from scratch. I'm making these from kits, and they're hard enough.
That's beautiful.
This has taken over. Well, actually, to get to this stage, it's taken about 2 weeks.
I mean, that looks like 2 weeks. Yeah, that's beautiful.
It would look better if it had this attached, which is obviously the cap.
Right. Mm-hmm.
However, it took a dive, so it's completely smashed.
Right.
I mean, look at it. That's all that's left.
Did the rest shatter?
Yeah, it's acrylic, so the rest has just gone poof. So one very weird phone call later to the PDF. Can I have another one? 15 quid later, job done. That's what I like. But honestly, this is my favorite model. I'm sorry. Yes, it is.
Built, period, or out of this kind of like
built.
Out of what?
Everything. Anything I built, because the main thing is the lining. It feels so satisfying.
Yeah, no, I mean, I could totally see why. It's extremely elegant. No, I love that.
I mean, that bit there, the one wheel splasher took an hour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
because it's just,
that's crazy.
Oh my god, it's so fiddly. Don't do water slide transfers.
Okay, so they're transfers. Damn.
They're transfers. They're just from a sheet, and I've just cut them up. But honestly, it is so tiring. It hurts your eyes after about an hour and a half.
No,
because you're just sitting there with tweezers. Because the thing is, though, things I've noticed with Luke as well, because if I just move to Hayden out of the way, Luke this was my first ever time using water slides, and you can tell some rough edges, like
it looks.
For example,
I mean, it's
for example, that kink at the top of the. If I just get back of my paintbrush.
This is a level of meticulousness that my brain hasn't comprehended in a long time, Sam.
That kink is just annoying.
I appreciate your pursuit of improving your craft. It's very commendable, and you have made tremendous things here. But also, I'm not going to look at it and criticize it. Like, it's beautiful.
Well,
also,
this is the thing.
I see Dookie in the chat as well. How's it going, Dookie? Let's see. What'd they say? Something you learn as you do model work and production work is you really learn to appreciate and understand things. Gotta love that N. That's just an N, not an ampersand, not an AND, just an N. Like suddenly the TV series only doing 3 Coach Expresses makes so much sense. Yeah, honestly. That's great. Yeah, but that's
Oh god, I have done that there. Right. I know my mate Ben is watching this. Ben, hide this from Mark, because I forgot I was surprising him with that. Whoops. Effectively, my mate Mark commissioned me to finish this kit and do it all, and I was gonna surprised a show we're going to this weekend with how far it's come, and then I forgot I showed it on the stream. No, actually, no, sorry, it's not. No, he's seen that. He's seen that stage. It's the other one that I'm not showing.
Okay.
So thanks, Ben, for making me have a heart attack. But yeah, so effectively, I went off a huge tangent again.
No, that's all right.
Effectively, if you want this, it technically won't come like this. It will come completely unpainted, printed in just a pile, and it doesn't come with some of the fittings like the lampine, the buffers, the couplings, and the little works plates on the side. But apart from the whistle, but apart from that, it comes as it is. Again, but the cab is different. This has been about a year's work, on and off, because anyone who went to the Audio Extravaganza 2022 might remember him a bit more like this.
Yeah.
With the typical Ren cab. I got really angry with that because it's so thin and it's PLA plastic, 3D printing, that in the hot summer sun, it bent.
Oof.
I mean, look at it. You can kind of see how it curves forward, and the entire cab was starting to droop. That's after being fixed with a hairdryer. Actually, it actually sat. I'm not using this anymore, so I don't mind. It actually sat more like that.
Right.
So I decided.
It's gotten quite a bit technical for me, Sam. But these are gorgeous. They really are.
Thank you.
How do you paint them? Spray paint?
Different. Luke is fully spray painted using a tin of paint from what's it called? Fast Dry Enamel. Indiana Red. Insignia Red. That's it. Insignia Red.
Oh, Insignia.
But
as if I know
it's just a spray. It's just a spray tin from UK. Just a random one. Right. But it looked quite nice.
I never used to understand how people they just pick a spray paint that looks, because I've always mixed paint, right? Like I've never used really, I've never used like really nice paints. I have, but like typically I use pretty cheap paints, right? And then I just mix them.
Here we go.
I want them to be. But it's interesting because having now worked at a hardware store for a little while, I've had time to actually kind of peruse the paint section and be like, whoa, there's a lot of different shades of spray paint. Like for any particular need, you've probably got something close enough that it can kind of accomplish the goal. Yeah, that's cool.
Well, this is the thing. This is the same paint, but in brush form, and I love the fact that I love this brand for doing it, because I can paint a spray painted model and then say I want, because this is just perfect for Scarlet Blue in my Scarlet Blue, and then Scarlet Red in my opinion. And then, it's not really touching up because I like the finish. If it's like, if I get a scratch, I'll sand down that section, spray it through a piece of paper. I don't like going with this because it's a lot more concentrated, this stuff. But the brush paint is for stuff like that.
What, like smaller models?
A lot smaller models, 009.
Okay, cool.
So it means that these two, it looks different because this one's had a spray of matte varnish, so it's obviously a lot matter, but it means that they're effectively the same color. But this one's glossy, and with the LED lights in my room, it reacts. But it means that I can kind of keep a standardized policy between them all. And also, it's just nice to have on hand.
Yeah, that's one thing.
Well, actually, I will say that much.
I've mixed a lot of.
I crushed this cab. This cab has been crushed once by a tripod falling over and hitting my model, and it just split the front of the cab.
Did you replace it, or did you?
I glued it back together, filled the thing, but I'd actually run out of the spray paint and only had the tub left, so I repainted I had to repaint the whole front in the brush
Right.
paint, because if you touch up a bit, you'll notice where the brush's paint was. So I just repainted the whole thing, and it worked. And that's why I always keep one spray. I always have the spray paint to do everything, but I always keep this is about 3 years old now. This particular tin.
Yeah, no, it's nice to have
Ow, I just hit myself in the head with it.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can now. Sorry,
Because
you
you're not
dip out for a minute.
You're not particularly responsive to any of my interjections.
Oh, sorry.
So it's hard to tell. But I think that yeah, I mean, it's standardizing it definitely helps. You know, I mean, that's the one thing about mixing paint that's kind of a pain in the ass is that like I need NWR blue constantly, but there's no real like I kind of have a series of paints that I mix together in certain quantities, and I can usually get the same shade just by look. But you know, it's you end up with little differences here and there, and if you're trying to touch something up, then God help you. So it's kind of nice to keep the same can on you for a while.
Yeah, I mean, recently I've started working with airbrush paints, which is really nice because I can mix them. So another commission I've had is working on this coach, repairing it. It's Penryn coach, Penryn saloon coach. But let me move Luke out of the way for a bit. He's had his time to shine. Just repairing a few scratches. I'm having real pain mixing the paint.
What's your drive doing commissions, if you don't mind me asking? Like, is it mostly financial or passion or a bit of both?
Effectively, the big thing is these two commissions are just from two of my friends, but it's more the fact that I have more fun building a locomotive, especially when I build a whole kit.
Right.
I have a lot more fun building it than I do owning it. I mean, now I'm still thinking about me doing extra work to Luke,
right,
such as more detail work. I'm planning on adding proper piping, injectors, and all that, and safety valves, because I can't really appreciate a model when it's done unless I'm using it for something. Like this coach, I'm using it for a project, so when it's done, it has a purpose. But afterwards, now Luke, I hate to say it, but effectively he's not very useful after I finished him, because he has no outlying purpose. I'm not
unless
I'm not using him for a project.
If you make like a shelf for him or something, other than that, yeah, he's just kind of a thing in your collection.
That's where he lives, on that shelf above the radiator.
Nice. Yeah, so I mean, I can see why it'd be kind of nice. I mean, that's essentially I can't confess to having enjoyed it very much, but I built a big model of Oliver recently that I sold off.
Yes, I remember that. You've really inspired me now, and I've started working on a Neil.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, technically that's gauge 3, what you worked in.
That's it's 2.5 inches. Isn't?
Yep. No. Originally, when model railways first started, you only had 3 gauges: gauge 1, 2, and 3. 2 died off pretty quickly because it was a very weird gauge. It was very difficult to mod. Gauge 1 was obviously kept for decades and still is the big thing. Gauge 3 is very, very small a community, but it's...
Right. Wait, so what was gauge 1? Is that
gauge 1? That's the show scale.
No, but
that's gauge. That's the modern gauge.
Yeah. Okay. So that one stuck around, and we still call it that. Gauge 3 then is
still, especially, this is the weird thing. In the UK, we still have gauge 3, and there's still clubs and layouts, and you go there, and you'd have like a whole room, like in an exhibition. Sometimes I've been to one when I was a bit younger, and I remember they had a full exhibition, and the gauge 3 layout went all around the room, and then the actual exhibition was on the inside. They had a lift bridge, and when there was no trains running, they stopped them all, lifted it, you came through as a group, and then they shut the thing, and then you went around for an hour and a half, and then you left, and then it's the next group came in. And it was huge. I mean, you think about a prop scale engine like this Thomas, you think that's how big the show was. Gauge 3 is obviously how big that Oliver was.
Right.
So you'd think of the layout that you'd need for that.
I mean, imagining if I were to build like an A1 in that scale, it would have been tremendous.
Exactly.
It would have been like 3 feet
I mean,
long.
there was I remember specifically, there was a Duchess of Hamilton at that show, and it had an accurate consist. I remember the man saying, it's an accurate length train from the Royal Scot.
Mm-hmm.
And it had all the accurate coaches and everything. It was massive. I mean,
yeah, I bet.
It was longer than my bedroom is now. It was huge. And I was thinking, my God.
The goal of all model railroaders, isn't it? Is to get as close to the real thing as possible. So the bigger you build it, the more of that sense you get.
But honestly, I'm not going to show up Neil because, to be honest, he's literally just a box with like 2 pieces of masking tape on him, job done. But the idea is to have him so I can go with my 16mm models, because accurately, as told by my friend Ben, thank you Ben, I know he's watching. Gauge 3 is actually 16mm standard gauge. So if I was to make a Thomas, I'd make it in gauge 3.
Right.
Which is actually the Jack and the Pack scale I've just remembered.
Yeah.
It's the scale of those props.
Yeah, I mean, I could have sworn that gauge 3 was like 3 inches between the rails for some reason. 2.5, huh?
3.5 inch is when ride-on railways start. I mean, my grandfather in Devon owns a 3.5 inch gauge 9F. And that's where you start to get out of the realm of model railways and into the model engineering more things.
Right. Yeah, at
that
point,
that more starts at
from building something that's akin to like the Ravenglass Railway, where it's just a really small version of that. So,
I mean, all the gauges. I mean, it's taken me years to kind of think about them, but for a brief summary, you got 00HO, same thing really, just slightly different. O gauge, gauge 1, gauge 2, no, gauge 1, gauge 2, gauge 3. Then you get on to like the 3.5 inch gauge, and then 5 inch gauge, 7 1/4, 10 1/4, 15 inch. Now you're in Ravenglass.
Right. Yeah. So
and then there's all these different ones like 009, 09, N15, which is just bonkers. It's O gauge track, but 15 inch models, which I may or may not be planning to build a jock, but that's beside the point.
Yeah, well, as long as you enjoy it, I say try literally every medium you can think of, Sam.
That's the thing. That's the thing. I mean, oh god. So, I haven't looked at the live chat. If you want a commission made,
enough advertisement for one day, Sam. You've got your own channels to do that on. And you do have more than
I know.
In fact. I should probably bring somebody else on. But
yeah, seriously, please do.
Yeah. But I think I wanted this to be kind of a one-on-one just because we haven't talked in forever. But I'm thinking I'll probably bring a couple people on. And it'll be your time to exit screen left.
Okay. I was going to ask, I'm sorry, I may really have made this more about, oh my god, I feel so bad, I've made this all about, like, us two.
I'm sorry, what'd you say, Sam?
All about, I feel really bad now because I've just made it about all my models.
No, it's all right.
I was going to ask a law question quickly.
Yeah.
Do you think Sandal has his old Falcon cab, the one that the original Falcon work cab, or the new Sir Hayden cab, the one like that, where it kind of ends and then goes into a coal bunker outside? Which one do you prefer to handle with?
I think he definitely has the latter. I mean,
the new one?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, what you're thinking? There's a reality where it's just he has the big, bulky kind of like the interior bunker cab.
Yeah, because recently, I mean, last weekend, there was a new build Falcon. There's a second one now, and it has the original cab. and it just kind of, it has a few modifications, like it's slightly taller, and it's got a little hatch that opens the side so you can load the coal bunker.
Right.
And I think, yeah, Sir Handel would have had those modifications years ago. Because the only reason the new cab was put on was because the Talisman Railway wanted him to be a bit more utilitarian.
Right.
But I feel the Skarloey would have kept him different. And also, I don't like the Talisman being the Skarloey being an exact copy of the Talisman. So
Right.
I have different
Well, I
things,
mean,
like Ada, Jane, and Mabel staying in their original condition.
So I can't help but be influenced by the show, right? The fact that, I mean, to me, Sir Handel's shape is so kind of reaffirmed as having that bunker in front. I very much think of, like, you know, him with that visible bunker in the front. But, like, yeah, I guess
That's
in all
what
the
you see.
illustrations, yeah, I mean, in the Railway series, he never gets rebuilt, does he? He's always got that big boxy cab.
Unless you count like 2 illustrations in the Clive Spong era.
I frankly
because
I don't count anything Skarloey Railway in the Clive Spong era.
Because well, there was only one reason that they actually did that rebuild of the cab was because obviously Sir Handel was actually at the Tower of Flynn.
Right.
So they had to change the cab. So when kids went to the Tower of Flynn,
did they also saw Sir Handel, did they also need to change all of the scenery in the background of every single one of Clive Spong's illustrations to kind of a vomit green that like doesn't have any real detail? Is that also lore, or is that just a product of his lack of skill?
No, it's not lore. It's just the fact of what Clive Spong had to do. That's why he had the cab on. Because
but I guess what I'm saying, I don't know that he had to do that. I could just as easily chalk that up to like him looking at, like, it's been a few years since the Railway series was published, so when he sits down to draw Sir Handel, he looks at the real engine and just bases it on that without thinking.
Exactly.
So it might not. You might be giving him more credit than he deserves. Now, granted, I do like quite a lot about Clive Spong. I like his illustrations mostly. Skarloey Railway, though, got done dirty in Clive Spong's illustrations.
I mean, bloody hell. Bloody hell.
It's not the prettiest, but you know, I think he either does characters very poorly or very well. He's an extremely consistent artist. So like, Duck, I've seen in the lecture that we got at the Extravaganza, we got a really nice illustration of the Reverend W. Audrey looking at, I think it was, I can't remember what it was now. I think it was, if somebody could tell me which one characters were in it in the chat, please do. Adam probably knows, but it was the Reverend Audrey looking at, I think it was definitely Thomas Gordon and Henry were there, and I can't remember who the other one was, but that was just fantastic. I mean, it wasn't Peter and Gunvor Edwards, but it was some of the best work I've seen. Clive Spong work I've seen. Period. Right. Yeah. I mean, I think I know the new illustrations we got. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, it was the never before seen one.
Yeah. No, I think that was them in the shed, wasn't it?
No. I think that must have been it. I think it. I don't know. I thought it was an actual Tidmouth Station even.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, I vaguely remember somebody showing me this a couple months ago. So. Yeah, that's cool. I mean, it's neat to get like more art from that era.
There you go. Thomas Gordon, Henry, and James.
Yes. Yeah, that sounds right to me. Yeah, I can't remember the setting exactly, but I definitely remember seeing 4 characters together. Yeah, that and all the hollering about, you know, the apparently resolved nature of Barry. I mean, it's like...
Oh, God. I didn't even realize that until the audio extravaganza had finished, because I was obviously busy at the event. I was having fun. I was having a mess around. I had a stand. We took over a picnic bench, and me and my mates, the Midland Engine, and Mark and Ben, we all kind of, and Bandstorff Engine and Rawbreak Way, we made a stand and we started selling merchant Alex's illustrations on it. Wow. And we displayed all the models and everything. And I bought one of Alex's little things. It's a fantastic painting Scarloey. He also drew Luke. So yay. But
that's pretty.
I didn't notice that the event had happened because it was on the live stream, and everyone, when I checked Twitter that night, I was going, Barry! I was like, what? Why is Barry down here? What?
Right. Yeah.
However,
it was a pretty big deal. That's not really to me though, just because I've always understood that to be in question. Like I didn't have any confidence that he was the tank engine version or anything, but I knew that it was a 50-50 shot, right? Whereas I feel like at some point everybody decided unilaterally that
he's a tender engine.
Yeah, and I never really registered that was a community-wide perception. I knew every time I'd seen Barry rendered he was a tender engine, but I didn't see that as a default. I kind of saw it like everybody knows that that's in question. But I think a lot of people got their worlds rocked,
I think it's more been percepted that Barry was 2MT tender because of Wild Northwest's thing. However, technically, he's a standard. He's with a standard number. He's actually a standard 2, which is just probably.
That's the trouble with fan creations, is that it's like it's lovely.
Sometimes it gets taken as gospel.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is like it's really great to see those things realized, but also then people don't really remember where the actual source is. Like they kind of just know it from Wild Northwester, and so they don't know the original source of it. I don't even know the source. I was it in Reading Between the Lines, like in the section where
apparently I can't remember, but I think it was more the fact of it was like revealed by Chris as that it was the fact it was a cancelled book, and then it was that he was going to be this.
That's definitely the case.
That he was going to be a 2MT.
Yeah, the question is revealed where, right? So like, it's
Reading Between the Lines. Yeah. Oh, hello, Matt.
Because it's not in the character section, because he's not really canon, but it's in the I think it's in the Q&A section. I think there's a whole section dedicated to just kind of miscellaneous questions. So
I haven't read it in years, but yeah. So it hasn't really rocked my world, because I've never had Barry as a 2MT. I've never had him as a 2MT, period. I had him in a large prairie that was converted into a tender engine, like 9351.
I've gotta say that Dookie just said Barry went from an IVET 2 tender engine to a standard 2 tender engine to then an IVET tank engine. Barry really was just Schrodinger's 2MT, and then afterwards, Eagle walked so IVET tender engine Barry could run. Sure. I'll take it. That's funny.
But
to me,
so
just a James. Like I really, Dustin was the first one to tell me actually that there's extended railway series version of Eagle, which apparently is the original version, was an IVET. I was always under the understanding that Eagle from the very beginning in fan circles was a 28. But apparently,
I mean, to be honest, I think Eagle being a 2MT doesn't really make sense, because
it doesn't.
Think about it. The whole point of Eagle is it's supposed to be the locomotive pushing Henry out the tunnel.
Right. So we're in
1920s.
Yeah. So it's
the IVETs were post-war. That's what everyone forgets. The IVETs weren't invented until after World War II.
I'm sorry. Did you just say that's what everyone forgets? Who the hell?
I've told so many people, and people have gone, "Really?
Interesting."
Like, yeah. Like even people in like railway circles, it's like
what they forget. IVETs. Hold on, though. IVETs are.
They don't know.
They're inherently like 40s, 50-ish designs. You look at
exactly.
Look at the running board. Look at the aesthetic of the thing. It is just dying to turn into a BR class. Like,
and it did. It did. The BR2MTs.
Right. So it's
well,
like
the only thing that they changed was the cab. That was
Right.
the only real thing they changed.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's to me, I so heavily associate it with the 40s and the 50s. So the idea that it's
Exactly.
very
So
weird.
when I tell people, they're always like, "Really?" And I'm like, "Yeah."
Oh
What
my
heavy object do I have to hit you with so you remember?
God. I don't think it would matter which object. I think either way. But
I'll hit you with a solid brass telephone nameplate. There we go.
I've got a couple people here that have been waiting quite some time. Adam,
Not a problem. I know how they felt.
Yeah, I'm not bringing you in again, Adam, because you've already been in. So and I think
Adam, I will talk to you. I will talk to you on probably our stream. Not our stream. Sorry, our Discord chat.
No, this has been quite fun, Sam. But I've got to keep the ball.
Oh my God! Please, yeah. I'd love to talk on messages sometime on Skype. I've got a few ideas I wanted to run past you because I need.
I'm sure you've got a million of them, Sam. You're very.
I'm in writer's block.
Just keep.
I want to start writing stories.
Just make sure you put pen to paper, and you'll get through the writer's block. I'm telling you from experience. That's the way to do it. There's no easy answer. You just sit there and write. You write a shitty script, and then you feel better afterwards, and then you write a better version of that shitty script, and you keep on going, and eventually you've got something. So that's the unglamorous answer.
What I will say is, Will and Adam, calm down in the chat. They seem to be having a mini war. Oh, Jesus, well. Right, okay then. Well, I will. It's been a pleasure, and I will love to talk to you soon. However, I've got to say this much. If you want to commission, go on my Twitter. Bye. See you later, Lemmy.
All right. See you later, Sam. Oh, it looks like Will has joined the queue. Will says me and Will. I imagine that's your friend, Will. So I'd love to bring the both of you in. But first, I'm going to need to bring in other Will. That's excellent. First, I'm going to bring in NWR Films. Hello, NWR Films.
Hello.
And also Braden's Engineering Show. Hello, Braden's Engineering Show.
Hello.
How you doing?
Good.
Good. Nice to hear it. Man, this was a drawing stream at some point, but then my connection improved.
I think that's just like the description of anything. Any Thomas stream is like, I was going to do this, but then...
Yeah, inevitably they go off the rails.
Well, accidents happen. Off the
rails. My goodness. I am, for anyone who's interested, drawing Henry Mark I, but he is not visible to the audience.
Because that does make more sense.
This whole time I thought it was a Gordon.
Single tier.
Single tier once a year.
Yep, that's the full phrase. So I don't know if that's a thing outside of Enterprising, but Enterprising said that.
I keep forgetting that it's from Enterprising, but
I mean, it may not be. It's just that's where I heard it first, and I say it very regularly because it's a funny phrase.
Poor Frank.
Poor Frank.
So, I was watching Cars 3 last night.
Yeah?
And still a masterpiece movie. But I just thought of something. Not only is, like, Lightning McQueen and all his, like, friends getting replaced, so is Mac. They're all
that's interesting, because there's, the next-gen haulers. I feel like he could definitely get away with staying in the game, though, if he wanted to. I mean, he's not going to.
Yeah.
He's not gonna, like, abandon
He's too marketable.
Yeah, but that's the thing is, like, he's just a semi. Like, they're not nearly as competitive, I feel like. Because, he's out on the open road. It's like he's gonna run into speed limits. Like, with Lightning and, kind of all of his competition, like Jackson Storm, they're constantly pushing to get faster and better and more efficient. I feel like trucks, maybe at some point Mac will be outdated, but I feel like it'll take a lot longer than it will for Lightning,
Yeah. Like, I mean, honestly, I'm kind of surprised that Mac didn't get repainted. I mean, He could have, but like for Cruz and all the merchandise, she has a
Right.
second gen hauler, and it's not
Mhm.
Mac.
Yeah. What was her name? Gail? She had some name.
I don't know. I haven't actually
Cruz.
seen the trailer merchandise in a long time.
I
just remember
have
seeing-
her trailer actually. She's got
Oh,
a
that's
name,
so
I'm pretty
cool.
sure.
I've been just starting to collect the cars, and I mean, on your Twitter post about this stream, I did send you when you were talking about cars, I sent a picture of all of my, like, 90% of my cards collection.
Oh, cool.
I have a very tiny cars collection. It's very small.
The chat.
Not as
thing.
small as Ted Stewart's. I think he's got he's got 1 meter.
Oh no. Yeah, I mean, my
What's the
most
matter
recent
with you?
edition is the damaged Lakeen. I just got that one a couple days ago, and I've been looking for it for a few months now. And so when I saw it at Target for sale, I was really happy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, that's awesome. Okay, here, let me look at this picture. I'm gonna look it up. Twitter. Well, I guess it's called X now, isn't it?
Not to me. It's still Twitter.
Yeah.
I'm never gonna call it X. Like.
Looking
Oh,
at
cool.
the chat.
This is a good collection. Oh, I see you've got the re-released Race Damaged King.
Yeah, that was the one that I just got.
That is so cool that they re-released him. Like that. Like
Wait,
that was. I feel like people
no,
have been begging
really?
for that forever.
Yeah, and then one of my favorite editions. Actually, I don't. Okay, yeah. So my favorite cars in my collection is the Fabulous Lightning McQueen and the Fabulous Doc Hudson. Those are my favorite.
Those are very cool. Like,
I'm gonna go and take a look
especially,
at my collection now.
Yeah, you go ahead. Yeah, I think
Okay.
that I think it's really cool. I mean, it's weird when you think about it that like Lightning basically dresses up as Doc at the end of the movie, but it also is such a cool homage. Like, I can't deny looking at that paint job. It's him in the dark blue, you know, it's all glossy. Like, it's a good look, you know.
It is. And like.
Well, I'm gonna say my favorite car in my collection is my Lego Cars 2 Lightning McQueen. That's pretty cool.
Oh, Lego. I have a whole bunch of the Lego Cars stuff. I love that stuff.
I recently went through a bunch of my Lego bins and I found all the pieces for the Lightning McQueen.
Oh, cool. Yeah, so he got mixed in and then you went through and salvaged him?
Yeah.
Kinda. Well, so far I can find one of Lightning McQueen's sides, his tires, and his roof. Then Mater, I found his root, his like eyes and roof, and his teeth. That's all.
It's so weird.
I just have Mater teeth flying around.
For me, I see Luigi's eyes and Guido's eyes and Professor Z's eyes, actually. They're constantly drifting through the bins when I'm digging through the Lego stuff. So they're just in there somewhere.
That reminds me, the King wasn't my most recent edition. I just got a Luigi and Guido. That's my most recent edition.
Oh, nice.
And because I have Luigi and Guido, but there were ones I think that were like at the end of the movie with Ferrari stuff. Or no, it was in the
those are fun.
With like the hat and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, like the hat comes off of
Guido. One of his forklift arms is broken. And the other one has his Ferrari sign. And Guido, or Luigi, I thought it was just a normal Luigi because his Ferrari stuff is also broken off. But I get that's what you get with secondhand stuff.
Yeah, but still, I mean, it's cool to have any representation of them. I mean, it's like, those two especially. I mean, like with Guido, he's fragile if he's not treated well. Like those arms will break off pretty easily. I've seen a lot of Guidos that are left tape.
I'm scared to touch him.
Yeah, I mean, he's durable enough, but like, you know, toss him around too much and then like if you give Guido to a kid, they're gonna ruin him.
But like, I feel like as long as you're reasonably careful with him, he'll be fine.
Yeah, I trust my little cousins with a lot of my Thomas stuff.
Yeah.
But Guido, I don't think I'll ever give him. Not until they're older. Like.
Right. Yeah, just to be safe.
Yeah, I've been looking. I didn't even know they were selling Guido.
Right.
I haven't even seen him, and I started collecting collecting in April of this year. So that's how long it even took me to see him in stores.
Damn, that's crazy. Yeah, I know.
But,
like
yeah,
every era of cars, I feel like they've had Luigi and Guido released somehow. But recently, they've been releasing those two just on their own, which I'm really glad because for years, they started out releasing Luigi and Guido with like a tractor for some reason, and then they released them with Uncle Topolino. And so it was always like a 3-pack because they're so tiny. They couldn't really justify it, right?
Yeah.
But they finally started doing that.
How I got them was they're a 2-pack. Luigi and Guido are together in a 2-pack.
Yeah, see that I feel like that's a much better way to package them. You know, it's just
and what the best part is, they're not sold as like 2-pack for pricing. They're still like the pricing for one car.
Yeah, no, exactly.
And I'm also really happy because do you remember when Cars 3 came along, they had the story sets. For like
no, those are amazing. What with like Bubba and Mater's cousins and like the Motorama girls?
Nah, well, it was like these like play sets. The track system kind of reminds me of like
those with the like they kind of they all like pegged together, like they had like the track pieces.
And I only got one, and it's Luigi's Lesacella tires, or however you say it.
Right.
But I got
Casadella tires.
Yeah, and so it has the shop and the Leaning Tower of tires. And so now I finally have Luigi and Guido to put with it.
That's great. So it's nice to have the set, certainly. I mean, it's like
I just wish I could have got more when they were still around. But you
could probably get them online, but some of that stuff shoots up in price.
Yeah, I mean, on Amazon, apparently, I looked, and on Amazon, some of the sets are still being sold, but it's mostly the only sets I found were it was like the Florida 500 racetrack.
Right. I mean, that is cool though. The track set that they made for Cars 3.
Yeah, I would have loved to get some more if I could have.
It's really kind of like it's interesting because I mean I'm sure you know how easily these cars chip, and yet like they make these track sets which are just like they're just perfect to ruin your cars, but also they're so cool. You don't want to not use them, right? So like
one of the sets I saw on Amazon, it was literally a drift set. Thomas, wow. Lightning McQueen gets launched through a booster.
Yeah.
And he rams face first into a stick that spins him in like it's like James is on the turntable. He just spins forever until he gets to the road where he can't spin anymore and just goes.
Right.
One way until he does it all over again because it's a tiny loop. And like it was hilarious because they advertised it as a drift set, and yet when on their video that they were showing it, Lightning McQueen would turn 180 degrees every loop.
Right. Yeah, that's trippy. When did that come out?
It was for the story sets, I think.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm gonna check though. Because
first I know the ones you mean, like they kind of take along style track system almost, like the way that they kind of plug together.
Yeah, it reminds me of like that or like Trackmaster. Yeah, it was made for the story track system or it was for the story scene. But I mean, on Amazon now it's $52 for
right. So it's probably gone up a little bit. Then again, they probably weren't all that cheap to begin with.
Yeah, or Aren't these cars made by Mattel, or am I wrong?
Yeah, no, it's
Okay.
There's a few different ranges. I think pretty much everything that's not sold at the Disney store is made by Mattel.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the thing. I wish Mattel, I mean, I guess now they kind of are with All Engines Go, but I wish they would kind of make the merchandise, you know, for Thomas as well as they do for Cars. Because Cars has always had really great merchandise.
Yeah, I found the best name for a car. It was Bertha Butter Wagon.
Yeah, no, she's
and, like,
she's one of the like original Radiator Springs townies, isn't she?
I think it's meant. If it's not, it's meant to be like as a spectator.
Oh yeah. Well, let me look it
because
up.
It does
Bertha
look
Butters
like one
Wagon.
of those designs.
Bertha Butters Wagon. Oh yeah, no, you're right. She's the little green one. Yeah, she's definitely a spectator. That's funny.
Yeah. And then I'm trying to make like some kind of movie with these cars.
Oh,
cool. So I've been slowly collecting them. And whenever I find just in generic racers, I try and get them.
Yeah,
and
those will definitely be useful. Are you gonna do like stop motion or use string, or what do you want to do?
I'm gonna use string because I do not have the patience for stop motion for a whole thing. I tried once, and it took me about an hour to get like just some trains passing through the camera.
Right.
And even then, it wasn't like that smooth.
Yeah, that's the thing. The stop motion it can be really tiring.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of the movie Chicken Run?
Yeah. No, I love that. I grew up with that.
Oh, I'm so excited for the second one. But it was like nowhere as smooth as that. You could tell it was stop motion.
Right.
Though I'm really excited for the second one, especially after the commercial, the ad thing.
I forgot they were making a second one. That's crazy. And it's still Aardman, right?
Yeah, it's still Aardman.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's so nice that they're still going. Like even though they're not like making stuff at the rate they used to, they're still they still exist. They're like one of the last bastions of kind of model filmmaking in the world.
And what I really respect is they had to remake all the Chicken Run models because they burnt down in a fire.
Yeah, so they had to recreate everything. That is exciting. That's awesome.
How I found out about it was one of my favorite YouTubers is actually going to work on the film.
Oh, cool.
Which is also really nice because he's posting a few behind the scenes.
That's really great. What's he doing on
it? He did a few things. He posted a video of animating one frame, but I have a feeling it's meant to be 1 second, but I could be wrong. It could just be one frame, but it's in real time, and it's a 15-minute video.
That's crazy.
Like, the only things he edited was when he had to go to a different workbench to switch a different mouth or eyebrows.
Right. Yeah, that's crazy, but I mean that's how it is. It's like
I could never imagine doing claymation.
Yeah, it demands patience, that's for sure.
Yeah, even more patience than what I was trying to do.
Mm-hmm. Because you have to have a lot of confidence in what you're doing, I guess. You got to be like, yeah, this is worth it. I'm willing to toil away for however long.
Yeah.
You know, that's really something.
Yeah. The one thing I tried to do was they're kind of like Ertl minis.
Yeah. Yeah. No, those were coveted back in the day. Yeah. I mean, they still are, but like those used to be like the rarest thing you could get.
Yeah. Sadly, I do not own any, but I 3D printed a whole collection.
Oh, cool.
Someone made them on Thingiverse, and so he even made characters that were not in the range, like Gordon, Flying Scotsman, Boko.
Whoa, wait, Gordon never got made in the Ertl Minis range?
No.
Really?
Yeah, he also
but like Edward did, Henry did, James did.
Henry wasn't made in the original line. I know he was made in one of them, but like he wasn't made in the sticker faces.
Weird. Wait, was there anything other than sticker face for the Ertl Minis?
Apparently, yes. They looked like Legos.
Oh, I see it. Yeah, I just looked it up. That's so weird.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And it reminds me of Legos because they're all sections of track and you put them into like a base plate.
Yeah, that's trippy. That is so cool.
And that's the only one Henry was made in. In all of those, they all have 3D painted faces.
I feel like Duck is the one that got done the most dirty in the Ertl minis.
Yeah.
It's such a tiny face.
Let's see if I can find my.
It's season 12 accurate.
yeah, honestly. Man.
I really like season 12.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. I think it gets a bad rap, you know?
Listen, I get that the Free Strikes formula is not for everyone, but I don't care, man. I just like some of the stories. It's the only season that gives Stanley enough attention. I love that guy.
Yeah, that's the thing. Wait, which character?
Stanley.
Yeah, honestly, because it looked like Stanley was going to join the main cast, and then
have you seen the promotional material for The Great Discovery?
Yeah, but then again, Molly's also weirdly heavily featured.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that's about. I mean, look, I would love if Molly became part of the main cast. I think she has a lot of potential, but like,
I don't think Emily would have liked that, but okay. I think Emily would have something to say about that, but
yeah, that's the thing. She wouldn't have cared for that at all. So that would just lead to some really great stories between the two of them.
Yeah, maybe like there could have been a whole arc about Emily accepting Molly into like the main cast. That could be cool.
Like that would be really fun to see. I like the thing about this about season 12 too is people don't. I mean, they don't like the faces, and I think
the CGI isn't that bad.
It's not. No, I mean, like I really liked how they tried to make the faces look more like the models. I mean, I understand why they had to redesign them to make things easier to animate, but at the same time, I think a really brilliant animator could absolutely make the faces look like the classic series and also be easy to animate. Like I feel like it just takes a little bit of ingenuity to make that work.
I recently saw an animation on Twitter. I mean X. I recently saw an animation of someone animating a classic series Henry face, and it actually looked pretty good.
Yeah, like I've seen examples of that where like it can definitely be done. You know, and they just didn't want to invest the time to do it, which is fair enough. I mean, it's interesting. You look at characters like Gordon, where like his eyes are no longer crescent shaped, and I guess part of that is so he can widen his eyes, because it would, you know, be very off-putting to see him go from like a crescent shaped eye to like a totally circular eye when he's surprised. So I get they like widened the eyes.
Just his eyes just go into a whole different shape.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean that is what happened with the static faces, though.
But whoa, what is going on here, Will? Will Thomas says Rosie is shit. That's what he says.
Okay.
That's brutal. What led up to this?
We're having a war in the chat, I think.
There's a bit of a war going on there.
like that. That's just for one moment I thought it says Rosie is red, which is equally as bad. But like, come on, that's not cool. Don't say that to Rosie.
Dookie says, to be fair, the characters having beef wouldn't exclude them from the mains, or else Gordon and James would be shot out of a cannon already.
I mean,
that's so
don't even talk about Thomas and Percy.
I mean, I prefer
the island apart.
Yeah,
I prefer the hitter approach where everyone's just friends. Season 5 took it a little bit too far.
I will say, like, I actually unironically kind of agree with that. Like, because the thing is, like, I think, I don't know, everyone is really savage in season 5, and it's fun for like a season, but like, I don't know, like I kind of prefer Percy being kind of the playful kind of, like, I don't know, like the lighthearted one out of the main 6, right? Because Thomas is kind of stressed out about his branch line all the time, and he's kind of takes things very seriously. And all the other characters, I mean, Edward has the weight of the world on his shoulders all the time. You know, Gordon is very, you know, kind of stuck up. James is very self-absorbed. Henry is very insecure. And so I feel like Percy's the only one that is just kind of innocent and happy, and we really need that in the cast. And then they just went and bashed it in season 5, you know?
Like, listen, Percy being on some epic, cool adventures, that's cool. I like Poet Upon Percy. That's a cool episode.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Sometimes I just like when Percy's just so innocent. And, like, everyone... Okay, Percy's probably not as innocent as some other characters, but, like, he's the least stressed out or something as the rest of the cast.
I think Percy is wiser than a lot of people give him credit for. Like, I see Percy as being kind of the wise fool, you know? Like, he doesn't... It's not that he doesn't know what the world is like.
I think Percy's probably wiser than Thomas. He just doesn't know exactly how to show it.
Exactly. Or he doesn't feel the need to show it, right? Because Percy is
what if
Percy
secretly lets Thomas get into all these accidents and he just secretly enjoys it?
Yeah, I could see that. I could also see, you know, in general, he just... Yeah, I mean, he doesn't... Like, Thomas thinks he knows so much better than him, but I don't think he does. I think Percy's not like, so obsessed with proving that he knows best, you know?
Yeah, on the whole Farquhar branch, like, Toby and Percy are probably wiser than Thomas. They just don't give a shit to say anything about it. Like, oh, you think you can drive on your own? Well, Thomas, you probably... No, I can drive on my own, Percy. Like, really, trust me. Well, Thomas, it's probably dangerous. You could... Percy, just let him do it.
The runaway. Our cuts to the runaway are just cuts to him crashing into the house.
You gotta love that Thomas is like
Thomas, I tried to warn you. I hate to say it, but I kind of told you so. Percy, just shut up.
Yeah.
Can I say one negative thing about season 5?
You can say as many negative things about it as you want.
Well, I really don't like how season 5 treated Thomas. Season 5 makes me... If I only watch season 5, I would believe that Percy's the main character. Thomas did almost nothing. He had one spotlight episode, which is called Thomas and the Rumors, and it's more about Gordon. Like,
right. I mean, I really don't care, honestly, that Thomas didn't get much time in season 5 because he's got the whole show. Like, I'm fine with him taking a backseat for a season or two. And I mean, then you got season 6 and he's got bangers like Thomas and the Jet Engine. Like,
yeah, but like it would be cool to like see Thomas either getting through an avalanche or something. That would be pretty cool. Like,
that would be neat. Did you see that Incline Thomas video?
Oh yes, I love that. If that was really could have had that. Because I think Incline Thomas shows like almost exactly what I'm saying now. With Percy kind of being a little bit wiser than Thomas, like knowing, Thomas probably doesn't know this because that's mostly what Percy does, and I really like that.
Yeah, no, honestly, it makes sense. I'm gonna have to interject and say to Will and Adam, boys, pipe down. Neither of you is homophobic, and you damn well know that somebody's going to see that in my chat, and they're going to think one of you is, and they're going to carry that belief with them for the next 5 years because nobody disproves it because they don't know either of you. So careful what you say in public, folks.
Yeah, you probably should.
Your bickering is adorable. At least I'm assuming it's ironic or sarcastic, I should say.
Thomas is a character that I hold very personally because I relate to him a bunch. And I really don't like the way people describe him in the Railway series, with him just being an asshole and stuff.
I don't care for that either. I went through a phase where I thought like, oh yeah, asshole Thomas is fun. And he is to an extent, but I think I think Thomas is better described as somebody who doesn't let other people tell him what to do. Like he's very determined and he makes his own decisions and he decides his own fate. And I think that he won't be bullied. You know, he won't be told who he is. And I respect that a lot about him. And it's like the fact that he's so driven to just get what he wants, I think, is admirable. Yeah. But I think that often gets interpreted as him just kind of being a dick. And it's like, well, no, it's just that he's kind of, I don't know. I mean, he's a tank engine in a tender engine's world. You know, he's just kind of trying to stick up for himself.
I think Asshole Thomas could work in like the
I-
20s and like when he first arrived on the railway. I think that could work
Right.
when he first meets Gordon. But I really like Thomas in The Great Discovery and in the Hit Era as a whole. Some episodes he's probably a little bit too nice, but I really like it when Thomas is just a nice guy sometimes. Sure, he can be a little
Yeah.
cheeky, but like I like him better that way. Like,
Well,
why
that's
can't
the
people
thing.
just be
I
nice?
totally agree. Because Thomas is like, I think that he's an underdog first and foremost, and I
Oh,
think
definitely. I mean, he's an E2, like, obviously.
yeah, he's something that's, he's a very unremarkable design, and I think he's aware of that. And I think that the fact that I don't know, like I could see him being rather inspirational to other engines that are underdogs. And the thing is, we're constantly seeing him interact with like prestigious kind of ostentatious engines like Gordon and Henry and James. A lot of his one-liners that we use to kind of look at his whole personality are directed at people who kind of deserve it, right?
Yeah.
So I like that him and Percy become best friends in the show. I don't know that I really like all the bickering between them. I mean, to an extent, to a healthy friendship extent. But I think that Thomas genuinely looks at Percy like a little brother and cares immensely for him. Yeah. And I think that if anybody were to pick on him, he would tear them.
Yeah. I think one moment I think could really work for this is that like during the beaching acts and Thomas's branch line is like in danger, and then as he like slowly starts to think like, oh, I'm gonna lose my branch line, he then starts to think, oh, I'm going to lose my friends, and then like maybe after the beaching acts and he gets to keep his branch line, then he starts to take more care about his friends because he
knows
he nearly lost them.
Almost lose them.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that's beautiful. I mean, it's probably obvious to most people that I think the beaching acts are a really, really important part of Thomas's history, even though they're never explored in anything.
I think out of every era, I think when I say era, I mean like timeline-wise. I mean like, okay, I should probably rephrase that. I mean, from every point in time, I think the aspect that is least focused on about Thomas is the beaching acts.
Yeah,
which is
it's
arguably probably one of the most important parts of Thomas's whole life.
Yeah, no, definitely is, because it's the moment where his, at the very least, the thing that he loves the most in the world and values himself based upon is at threat. And I think that that's got to be a trial for his personality and seeing how he copes with that. And I think that certainly, like, the Reverend didn't focus on it at all, largely because he had to pick, right? Like,
he was either the main line or the branch line.
Right. And so he ended up picking the main line because, like, as interesting as it was seeing all these branch lines shut down and how that was a problem, I think that the main line was more interesting, and that's where he decided to put his attention. So, he looked into that. He looked into how dieselization was rolling out, how that was affecting things. And Thomas kind of just is extremely absent from those last few books, and I'm sure that's the reason, is because he's dealing with his own shit right now.
Yeah.
I was talking about this to another friend. Imagine if a world where tramway engines didn't exist, because it almost didn't.
Sorry, say that again?
Imagine a world where tramway engines didn't exist.
Yeah, no, honestly,
I mean, it
you're
almost
right.
didn't exist.
Yeah,
I can almost see it as like the Reverend just forgetting that Thomas exists, and then some years later he's gonna be like, oh right, that's Thomas. Oh, sorry, I've kind of forgot. I was too busy focusing on Gordon.
Is that book takes place, at least People, History, and Railways indicate that it takes place in 1962. So it's not even as far in the timeline as we think. So, I mean, you could probably perceive it either way. At that time, Mavis's class would have been pretty new, so it makes a lot of sense it would have been in the early 60s, which means that enterprising engines and whatnot, like, we never see Thomas again after this. Like, we don't see him after the 60s. We don't see him for most of the 60s. Like, the last time we ever see Thomas is 1962 until Christopher's books in 83. So it's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
What happened? When did the beaching acts take place?
When did what take place?
The
The
beaching
beaching
acts.
So that's kind of a complicated question. The all right,
Oh,
so
well,
They were around for a
1965
while.
was the was okay. So there were a lot of things that happened in the 60s. I'm trying to get it all straight in my head. The plan, the modernization plan was published in 1955, and that was for mostly for like trimming down branch lines and discontinuing steam locomotives and that sort of thing. And they were starting that operation that early, and then it rolled out throughout the 60s. As for the actual beaching report, I think that was, I want to say 1965, but I feel like that was too late. Let me look it up.
What
Well,
if
I always
maybe
thought like the
the
beaching
Farquhar
acts was late
Quarry was
50s.
Yeah, it was okay. There was a plan in there was a report in 1963 and there was a report in 1965. So 65 was the latest date that it was solidified that okay, we're shutting down all these branch lines.
But
What
it
if-
was like enact. Well, not them shutting it down, but they were inspecting the branch lines around like the late 50s, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure the idea was there certainly because think about it. Essentially, what happened is that BR management. I mean, people like to paint Beeching as this big bad guy, but he's really not. He's just the guy that they found to tell them what they wanted to hear. Because what they wanted to do is shut down all of these branch lines so that they could, kind of stem the bleeding, for the company, which, I don't think makes much sense. I mean, surely if you want your company to survive, you don't chop it into a bunch of little pieces. But
Yeah.
anyway, so they basically told Beeching, okay, go and check to see if all the lines are viable, knowing of course that they wouldn't be. And he comes back and says, okay, it wasn't really a matter of should we close branch lines, it was a matter of which ones. And so he came back and told them, okay, well, these ones are all not profitable enough. It's up to you what you want to do with them. And of course they shut them down. That process, I'm sure they were thinking about shutting down specific lines as early as the 50s, probably.
I could really see the Brandon branch and probably the Nornbury branch shutting down.
I could see that. The Nornbury.
This is from an RWS perspective.
Yeah,
but I can see those shutting down.
I mean, the TV series barely has branch lines at all, so it's kind of got to be from a railway series perspective.
Everything's just the main line.
Yeah, exactly. I think with the books,
closed.
Yeah, I could totally see that being the case where it's like, I mean, even the Brendan branch. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it feels wrong to close something so important to us, but like, what is it really doing? It's got the China Clay traffic.
It has it. Is Brendan
the capital's on that line though? That would never happen.
Oh, yeah.
You could just move the capital.
I mean, I don't know.
Just take the entirety town of Sudbury and just move it. Just pick it up with a crane. Just make Cranky pick it up and just put it near Tidmouth or something.
Right. I could see it maybe being discontinued up to Sudbury is the thing. Because I mean, if they tried to shut down, you've got all those politicians who live there. They're not going to stand for that. They're not going to move.
Yeah.
They're going to like go to Parliament and be like, "What the hell is this? You're not taking away our capital."
You could always just take the bus. And Bulgy just comes in and says, "Hey, you need a ride?"
Yeah.
So, Lemmy.
Yeah.
Would you mind if I show off my Ertl minis collection real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Go ahead.
Let's. Oh.
And then after that, quite honestly, I think we'll bring in the next couple people. But this has been lovely. Oh, whoa.
So, these are some of them. The rest of them are in this bucket.
That's crazy. Wait, did you 3D print all of those?
Yes, after a couple months of work.
Did you design it?
Oh, wow.
No. They were created by someone on Thingiverse. I think their name is Steel and Soot.
Cool.
And I have not even printed all the designs. I think I printed a little over half.
This is insane. This must have taken you so long to print all of this and paint it.
And This is all of it's colored and by Sharpie.
That's awesome.
This
so
bucket
cool.
still smells like Sharpie.
God, I would have gone crazy for having a 3D printer when I was a kid. Like, that is awesome.
Yeah, these were the first, like one of the first things, because I've always dreamt of getting like a little pencil case, filling it up with trains, and just taking it wherever I want.
Yeah, that's such a cool idea.
Like this is ginormous.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, there are not all the characters. There's no Edward, James, and Percy. But I mean, like,
but you've got. Let's see. So I assume that's Bear, Boko.
Yeah, we got Bear. I have both versions of Bear.
Oh, you got a blue one?
BR Bear, BR Blue Bear, and then Green Bear.
Is that Oliver and?
Yeah, I got Oliver.
Is that Thomas?
Yeah, this is Thomas. The person who made him, he didn't. It's a single cab window and no wheel arch.
And you did a really good job painting them for the size that they are. Like, they're tiny.
Yeah, that's tricky.
After a few thin tip Sharpies, and then
here's the green tender engine back there.
This one?
Other one.
Oh, this is Henry, and then
cool.
This is Emily.
Oh, whoa, that's awesome.
We got Emily, Flying Scotsman.
That's so cool.
Flying Scotsman's, I think, my best work.
Yeah, no, he's beautiful. The boiler bands are really cool.
I found an ultra thin tip Sharpie for him.
Okay, yeah, clever.
And like, because unlike Henry here has like 3D boiler stripes that like stick out.
Right.
Flying Scotsman did not.
Right, so you had to do all that by hand. That's so cool.
I mean, even Gordon here, he had them.
Right.
I'm still flabbergasted at how small these are.
Yeah, they're so cool. This is like this is so suited to a 3D printer. Like, this is the perfect type of thing to do with one.
Lemmy, how long did one Oliver wheel take? I want to make a comparison.
I think I can't remember. Maybe 2 hours for one to print.
This took 30 minutes.
Nice. Yeah, that makes sense for the size.
Yeah. This
is that 16?
Yeah, I got 16 and Wilbert here.
Oh, that's cool.
I love those.
I'm trying to get a good view of them without getting my hands in the shot.
God, I should do this. I should design some like little engines, and just because I mean it's like they don't even. There's just such good little representations of the characters.
Stepney is broken, sadly, but we got him too. His funnel broke off.
Oh, poor guy. That does look like him though.
My condolences.
Duck.
Oh, he's tiny. Whoa, that's so cool.
He was resin printed by my uncle 3 hours away. He broke on the way home, so I'm gonna reprint him soon, hopefully. We got him. We got Bill, Ben, and Fergus.
Oh, that's Fergus.
Yeah, that's cool.
I did make a Diesel 10 too.
Ooh.
I have to find him in my bucket though.
Well, he must be a 10 out of 10.
Previous speeds and brute strength.
Yeah.
You know, I just realized I have not made my OC Allen in these. I should do that.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Here he is.
Would you use like an existing engine design and just paint it?
Oh.
Yeah, probably just use the Thomas.
Oh, so you used, what was that, Boko?
Yeah, I used Boko. You can tell by the
go.
Bobo. And then I did put Pinchy though.
Did you print all these in white and then paint over them?
Actually, they're all in different colors.
Oh, okay.
There's some white, some natural. There's even glow in the dark.
Whoa.
Just let's see if I know I have them here.
Did you print any of these in like the color that they still are, like print Henry in green or whatever, or did you paint all or Sharpie all of them?
I Sharpied all of them.
Okay, cool.
So like,
is that the Ghost Engine himself?
Yeah, I made Timothy in glow in the dark.
Cool.
So even after I Sharpied over him, he still glows in the dark. So he's normal Timothy and Ghost Timothy at the same time.
I always had a
That's
soft spot for
great.
Timothy.
And then they're downstairs right now, but I made all of the Cody Fell engines.
Oh, cool. Whoa.
So here I got the truck.
I'm still trying to get over that Timothy thing. So you made him glow in the dark, right?
Yeah, it was glow in the
So
dark.
that way, like in normal daylight, he looks normal, but then he looks like spooky in the dark.
Yeah.
That is
And
such a genius idea.
I just used glow in the dark filament. And
That's
then
awesome.
I used a little bit of gray Sharpie, just lightly went over it, and once I did the lining and everything, I even made sure, and he does still glow in the dark, and he is one of my favorite models to date just because of that.
That is so cool.
I even made a few more glow in the dark E2s.
Oh, nice. Oh, that reminds me of like the ghost tugs in tugs.
Oh,
Yeah.
got me an
That's
idea.
awesome.
I should do.
The
I
ghost
have
tank
miniature
engines.
tugs. I have miniature tugs. I'm gonna show them off real quick. Actually,
Yeah, do that
Please
real
do.
quick. And then I gotta bring the Wills in.
Yeah.
But
So,
The
move
Wills.
these guys.
Yeah.
It's just.
Now,
I'm just gonna
if
put
you
'em
don't
here.
have a Coast Guard, that's going to be a war crime. Just saying.
So I imagine you go by Braden's engineering show.
Yes.
And you NWR Films, what do you go by?
Normally I go by NWR, but I also go by Alfie.
Okay, cool. Wait, how do you spell that?
I think you know Alfie the excavator.
Oh, okay, I got you.
That's
Alfie.
literally me.
That's okay. Awesome. Oh, whoa! That's so cool.
Krampus.
We are living in the future, aren't we?
Yeah. I'm gonna make I made a High Tide remake with these, and I'm gonna remake it soon because
Oh, I really want to see that.
they have upgraded. I have upgraded them.
Oh my god! Do you have
the
all of
person
them? Do you have all the fleets?
Almost. Hercules have been made. I have not printed him yet, but I'm waiting for Warrior to be done.
Right. Okay. Wait, you're waiting. Wait, is he printing right now?
No.
You actually have the Coast
Warrior
Guard.
has not been released, but he has confirmed to be released soon.
Oh, okay, I got you. I was gonna say you're like waiting for him to be done. Like, are you printing right now?
I mean, actually, right now I'm 3D printing some adventures tracks for me to
Oh,
use.
cool.
Because
so you are printing something in real time.
Yeah, I am always 3D printing something.
That's awesome.
So this is all of them. Let's get these guys out of the way. It's not their time to shine anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I wish I could show off some of my customs now, but sadly I'm upstairs and all of them are down in the basement.
No, that's okay.
So maybe next stream I can do that. Wink, 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 wink.
Nudge, nudge. Yeah.
Wink, nudge, nudge. Okay, that's all of them. So, which one would we like to look at first?
Coast Guard.
Coast Guard. Okay. Here's the Coast Guard. If it will ever.
Here, I'd like to see 10 cents.
10 cents.
What?
Okay.
That's cool.
All again. Well, the first time these were done, they were all done by Sharpie. But I just redid them in like paint markers.
Oh, I used paint markers for years for all of my tug stuff. Those are great.
Yeah. And I remember watching, I think it was like a 12-hour stream you did of just building a ginormous tug.
Yeah,
and
yeah, I did that.
I would love to make one of those someday, but
I'm sure you could. But I mean, it's really awesome that the thing about working in a smaller scale is that you can have everything. Like it takes forever to build the bigger ones.
Not only are these all in this lunchbox, but you know,
I would like to see a Billy shoe pack.
But so is.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
Billy shoe pack.
That's cool.
If that's he's cool.
Are these all? Is your printer a PLA printer?
An alligator dog. Then we got. I even made a Puffa and Little Owl.
That's cool. That's awesome.
The reason that fun fact, these two, the reason that Little Owl's front is black and Puffa's back is black because when I was spray painting them, these were the only two to get spray painted because they were only one single color. I missed a spot and I put them on like my cardboard box like this.
Yeah.
And so I didn't have anything gray, so I just fixed it with a Sharpie.
Okay, nice.
I mean, it looks fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You
they look
really
good.
see it anyway.
Mhm.
I got Little
That's so
Ditcher
cool.
here.
I'd love to see Zoran and Top Hat, and then I'm probably gonna have to bring the Wills in, and you guys are gonna have to skedaddle, unfortunately.
Understandable, but I only have one more question for you, Lemmy. After we can see these.
Yeah, I would like to ask a question too, if that's okay.
Oh, they look so cool. I would recommend painting Top Hat's neck brown though.
Neck? Oh,
yeah.
That, I don't get how I didn't notice that's not brown until now. I'm getting
that looks really good though. Like
a lemon.
You did the stripes on the funnels pretty well as well, because those are so small.
These were done. I mean, this was done. It was the main reason why I redid them because I wanted the stripes. It annoyed me because originally I just made the funnel all red, and Top Hat didn't even have a monocle. I mean, so I did. I did. You can see Top Hat's original design in a video I posted. I made a High Tide remake with like I made with Top Hat.
So this is Top Hat version 2.
Yes, and he didn't have his monocle in the video.
Right.
And so I added.
That's probably a crime somewhere.
No, I knew. I didn't know until after doing the video and editing it through the editing process. I'm like, I didn't put Top Hat's monocle on. I filmed it on my desk, and so it was like area that's probably like 4 feet, 3 to 4 feet by 2 feet big, and in my room. And it was already a pain to film. Like, I was not gonna reset it up and film it. I was like, it's okay. The rest of it looks fine, because getting Little Owl and the Lord Stinker here, that was already a pain to do.
Right.
Because every time coming off the bridge, he would go like that or something, or just not come off.
Yeah, I'm sure that took a few tries.
And to get a scale of these for the big steel rig, I used a Crayola marker top.
That's crazy.
Like that's like the scale,
God.
and it looked perfect. Like it looked exactly like it. It fit on the barge. It fit on the barge perfectly. Like it got to each of these edges here.
Right.
And then
went up, God.
And I jammed it under the bridge I made, and then yeah.
They're so miniature. That's awesome. Oh, what was your question, Alfie?
Basically, what are your thoughts on the Coast Guard? Because I realized I haven't talked about tugs at all in this, but if you can probably look at my profile picture I used there, I'm in love with the Coast Guard. So
He's cool.
Depending on this
I think
answer,
it's like, I love that he's like the only authority in all of Big City Port, and he's just this little guy, but he doesn't let it deter him, you know? Like, it's kind of awesome that like he's willing to like stand up to somebody like Johnny Cuba, even though he doesn't stand any chance against him physically. It's just his authority is enough to intimidate almost everybody, and I think that's kind of cool, you know.
I just find it really funny, the scene in Quarantine where like the Coast Guard goes not right up against Zorn, because obviously then he'd have to go in court, but like the scene when he just scolds Zorn, I just find it so funny because like Zorn could easily just run into him and sink him if he really wanted to, but like he can't.
But Zorn immediately respects him, and I think that's just so funny because he knows like he's got the law backing him up.
Zorn is willing to do some tricks, but when you mess with the Coast Guard,
it's like that bit where the Joker's like, I'm crazy enough to take on Batman, but the IRS? No.
it's literally that. Yeah. Like the Star Tugs are the Bat family, and like the Coast Guard is the IRS.
Yeah, exactly. I love that.
And
But yeah, I mean the Coast Guard's a great character. He's
Anyway.
like I'm sure if the series had gone on for longer, they would have found a way to put servos into his model and actually like have the head and the eyes move.
But I kind of find it funny that he's just got this blank expression all the time.
Yeah, it does kind of give him a bit of a poker face, doesn't it?
Yeah, he'd be brilliant at playing poker. Like he'd win all the time.
Yeah,
During
nah,
the day,
nobody
the
can
Coast
read
Guard
him.
does
That's
Coast
for
Guard
sure.
stuff. During the night, he plays poker.
He's a corrupt cop,
Yeah. Oh my god.
but we just
that's
can't
the
tell.
thing. It would be really interesting to see Coast Guard interact with some other police boats, maybe. And maybe some of them
Yeah.
are crooked, and like we see how he's trying to do good in a bad system. You know, that
Okay,
whole
so
that old trope.
You know the Coast Guard messenger,
Oh yes.
which is a funny name. I find it. I kind of see it like the Coast Guard is this very serious guy. He takes everything literally, and the Coast
Right.
Guard messenger is like, okay, I can just take a cigarette. Like, it's fine. And the Coast Guard's
Yeah,
like,
like
no,
he kind of
no, no, no.
balances him out a little bit.
They're kind of like
Yeah.
two opposites, but they both like respond in the same way almost.
Right. No, I think they'd make a good sitcom, the two of them. I think the Coast Guard messenger's name was revealed to be Davy Jones, which is
I don't like that.
Yeah, I don't like it either, but like that's
Whatever
what
wasn't said in the
these days,
show.
it's honestly music to my ears that you just said Coast Guard's messenger instead of Davy Jones, because I'm so used to people saying that like that's just a thing. And I mean, I know it is.
I still call the goods engine and not
Yeah,
Little Owl,
you know,
because
like none of this Little Owl stuff. That's
Little
not.
Owl
I don't
isn't
know.
the name.
Yeah.
I
mean,
go
like, if it had been in the show, it'd be different, you know.
Yeah. Oh, I actually have one thing to showcase.
Yeah.
So I'll do that. Here's my cat.
Oh, nice. Wait here. Let me try to.
I hope she can look.
There we go.
Probably not. It's probably not the time, but she's cute.
No, that's cute. What's your cat's name?
It's I don't know if you remember this, but I'm from Norway, and so even though I have an English, I'm half like Irish and Scottish and Norwegian and Danish.
Oh, cool.
And so this, which is why I have the name Alfie, but the cat's name is Ferris or Faris, almost like Paris, but with an F and two R's.
Right. Yeah, that's a solid name. A solid name for a cat. Oh my goodness. This has become cat videos now. Now it really is YouTube. All right. Well, I'm gonna.
I mean, we gotta get
that
ad revenue somehow.
That's right. Except I don't monetize, but that's right. So I better bring in the wills. But it's been great talking to the both of you.
Yeah.
We gotta go through the wills.
Oh yes.
And which has been very fun.
Yeah,
it's been 2 years since the last time I was on this stream, on one of these streams,
crazy.
which is, acceptable.
Acceptable. Have a nice day. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the thing. I mean, it's been a while since I've been doing streams at all, especially consistently. So,
But yeah, I'm gonna go now.
All right. Well, it's been great talking, Alfie, and you as well, Braden. I love all this stuff you've printed and painted. It's so cool.
Maybe next time I'll show off a bunch of my Tugs models.
Maybe.
When I get done with Hercules, would you mind if I'm gonna also make a Star Doc? Would you mind if I DM you a picture on Twitter to show you?
Yeah, absolutely. Go ahead, but you probably have better luck actually publicly tweeting it to me. I'll probably be more likely to see it. My DMs are just clogged, and I doubt I'll ever unclog them.
Okay.
Trust me, I know he never responds.
No.
Before I go, I would like to say it was an honor talking to you.
I don't know about an honor. That's sweet of you to say.
To me, it was. I've been watching.
Yeah, I mean, it was an honor seeing all your stuff here. I mean, you've put an immense amount of effort into this. Like, it's so cool. Like, how much you've actually done. Like, I love it. All right.
Really exciting.
Well, the both of you have a lovely whatever it is, evening, night, morning.
I tip my fedora.
Okay, very nice.
I would have said a bowler hat, but someone would probably get mad at that.
Well, you both take care.
You too. Goodbye.
Bye.
All right, see ya. Oh my goodness. All right, Wills, you're coming on in. The Wills will be the last two people on this stream today. Adam, you've already been on here, so sorry. Hello, Wills.
Hello. Yeah, Adam. Fuck you. Cunt.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
You've had your moment in the sun. This is on. Okay.
Yeah.
No. Don't even go there, Will. Don't even go there.
Small users only.
Okay, we won't go there, Adam.
Lemmy, do you know what the bother I've had to go through with these fucking Egypts over here?
Go away, Adam. No,
hey, you pull that, Adam. Do you know what we've had to go with you, Adam?
No, I can't even begin to tell you the amount of hassle I've had from these two.
No, I've seen the hassle. I've seen the hassle as I calmly ignored it talking to our guests.
Yeah, we were wondering that. We were actually in a Discord call. We were in a Discord call and we were like watching the stream and we were like,
yeah,
Lemmy's just ignoring us.
Yeah, no, the three of us were in a call trolling each other for about an hour. It was brilliant.
That's excellent. Anyway, I brought you into Humble Will, Adam. But
yeah, okay. I'll leave then.
Yeah.
But before I leave,
have a lovely evening.
Get out of there, Adam. Get out.
You all engines go enjoyer, you cretin.
Whoa,
that's a great word.
You realize insulting all engines go is a cancelable offense.
Oh, all engines go is shit, and I hate it. And anyone who actually, I'm not going to do that. I stopped myself before I went too far.
Now that the Brits have come in, the French is just getting all over the place. I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen.
So you're the other Will. Will's mentioned you extensively.
Yeah, I thank you, Will. That means a lot to me. That's
all bad things. All bad things.
Of course, absolutely. But yes,
I told Lemmy how much of a cunt you are.
I'm the less. Wow, you dropped the C bomb in there, Jesus. Okay. Basically, I'm the better Will is what we need to establish here.
Whoa.
You are both equal Wills, I'm sure. I can't confirm that yet, but I am just assuming based on my human decency.
I mean, from experience, Lemmy, I think I am the better Will.
I mean, from experience and by default, I must say yes, but only because I have not talked to this other Will for more than a minute.
Exactly. You have known Will for what I hear is about a year, whereas you have known me for about
2 years. About 2 years.
Apologies. Whereas you have known me for about 30
It's been years now. It's been years.
But,
it's been far too long.
Although I've had this guy for 6 years, so back off, mate. Anyway,
okay, guys, there's enough Will Thomas to go around here. You can all have a piece of the pie.
A very small pie.
The Will Thomas pie, man.
Like I said, I am only taller than you by an inch, so I can't really talk, to be fair.
Exactly.
So, how's the evening treating the both of you?
It's nearly Will's bedtime. If Will doesn't get to bed, he'll be very cranky in the morning.
I'm not cranky in the morning, thank you very much, Will. I'm a morning person. What can I say? I'm yeah, I'm for those of you who are not in the know, it is currently 10:30 in the UK, which is usually around the time I start considering hitting the hay, for not one of those people that tends to party into midnight. I don't fully. I know you will, and I don't understand that about you, Will. That I'm curious, because usually whenever I try and talk to you the following day, you're not up till about 11. Well, you are more now because you've got a job, which is more than can be said for me. So hats off to you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
I party until 3 a.m. in the morning.
Whoa.
Oh yeah, absolutely. All the vodka and the girls. It's a wild night for you.
Oh yeah, party animal, mate.
Exactly.
So you party hardy is what I'm hearing.
Party hard.
He does, he parties hard.
I am very hard.
Oh goodness!
This is
Adam has riled you up.
For all the American viewers, this is how the British people interact with each other.
Yeah, we just hate each other.
Yeah, yes.
We hate each other.
Because you are the only two British people that have ever talked on my channel.
Yeah. No one else from Britain has ever spoken to you, Lemmy.
Certainly not. I don't associate with the British outside of you two.
It's fine. We don't associate with any Americans.
I find it vulgar, actually.
Absolutely. I mean, honestly, we just don't like the Yanks. What can I say?
Oh God, this is Adam's influence, Lemmy.
Yes, I can tell. Yeah. That's the thing. How is it that he can be so damn calm and rile everybody else up? He's too dangerous.
Yeah. Adam is just very racist.
Whoa! No.
Yeah, no. I feel like we should.
Dear Twitter.
Dear
Twitter. The Thomas theorist is not racist.
Yeah,
this is a joke. Anyone, this is joke alert. Joke.
Like Adam, he's a good bloke. Don't cancel him.
Adam is a very nice guy. I love Adam with
absolutely.
He bought the Audrey X last year.
Yeah, Adam is a very nice guy. He's
it was a very
lovely
cake.
As is everyone. Everyone is nice.
Everyone's a very delicious cake.
Everyone is very delicious.
Yes, one might say. Whoa.
Will is very good at English.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I got a 7 in my English literature GCSE. Not to toot my own horn.
Not to brag.
Yeah.
I assume that's the equivalent of a 5 on an AP exam. In which case, high 5.
Thank you.
High 7 as the case is.
Yeah, exactly. Whereas you, Will, did not get that.
Fuck you.
No,
hey, how's it going, Davis Z? Davis Z02 says, my black ass shot up at the Thomas theorist isn't racist. Pardon me, sir?
Yeah.
No. Surprisingly, the Thomas theorist is not racist. He's a very nice guy.
Luckily not racist. Thank God.
Luckily, yes, because it would be very unlucky if he was racist.
If he were racist, he would not be in here. Well, I'll say this. He wouldn't be in here without the entire conversation being about it. I think I am liable to let a racist onto my channel, and I think I dropped down. So
okay,
I think
you're a regular Daryl Davis.
Who is that? I'm curious.
What?
Oh, he's a guy who talks to racist people and converts them to not be racist. I mean, it's more complicated than that. You can Google it in your own time. Fascinating.
Nice. I think I know the guy you're talking about.
He's the guy who talks to KKK leaders. And
I know him. I mean, I don't know him personally, but I respect his work certainly.
Yeah, fascinating man.
I'm
being serious. I suggest
that's just a theory.
Look him up.
A Thomas theory, says Adam.
Adam, you silly.
Whoa.
David Lee can confirm.
We're not having that, Will. We're not having that language. Just for everyone being confused, there is a long-running in-joke between me, Will, and our inner circle about silly being a very offensive word. I think because you said you're... I think because you've got...
Yes, our inner circle, it's very exclusive. You wouldn't know.
Exactly.
Wow.
To give some context.
Yeah, Lemmy. Me and Will, we have an inner circle. You wouldn't know anything about that.
I believe a triangle has 3 points, and a circle has to have more than that.
A circle actually has no points.
I believe it's called a line segment, actually.
Lemmy, did you do maths? I failed my GCSE maths, and even I know that a triangle has more points than a circle.
Ah, no. Counterpoint.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because a circle. Technically, there's no such thing as a circle in math, is there? There's only an infinite number of line segments making up a circle.
I forgot you Americans dropped the S. Anyway, sorry.
Bit racist, Will.
It's just his.
Bit racist. Well, come on.
Just pointing out. I was just
Would
pointing.
either of you be so kind as to purchase me some better speakers and have them mailed to me? Because I can't hear a damn thing when I'm 5 feet away from my own laptop.
No, all I was pointing out.
I would happily purchase you some speakers, Lemmy, but I would not. I could not ship them over to where you live.
Fair.
It's
better. Yeah. Maybe just give me all of your money. Is that a thing we can do? Is that?
No, I don't.
I mean, it might be a slightly awkward transaction, but I imagine it would certainly be doable. Will, give him all your cash. Come on. In fact, no. Hang on. Why am I encouraging this? Will, give me all your cash. You've known me for longer.
Oh, what does Adam want? Adam, go away. No one likes you.
We do like you. We like you very much. Not in a game. But anyway, so Will, yes. I just want you to give me all your inheritance. And while you're at it, that very nice Ursel jock of yours.
Yeah. You already have one.
I will be right back.
I already have one, but I want two.
Well, tough, Will. Have we annoyed Lemmy so much that he's disappeared?
Possibly. I mean, that's what happens when the British invade.
That's.
We've colonialized this stream.
Oh God!
Put that in the quote book.
Oh yeah, actually, do put that in the quote book. Lemmy, are you still there? Lemmy.
Apparently not. I'll tell you what. We'll put this to some audience questions. We'll get the gang involved. So I'm going to read the chat. Anything that you lot wish to say?
I think Gordon is an excellent character. Gordon is my favourite character.
We know Spencer. We do know Spencer the person. Taj. He is a chap by the name of Spencer Brownrigg. Very nice bloke.
Spencer the person. Spencer that person. Wait, is Lemmy back?
The Queen is dead. Hashtag says Adam, which of course he would. He's Irish.
Lemmy? Oh, he's still not here. Where's he gone?
Thoughts on Freddy? Okay, Will. Thoughts on Freddy? Fearless Freddy.
Fearless Freddy? Oh, I hate him.
I hate him too.
I hate everything that's not the Railway series.
Okay, Lemmy do the Fortnite dance. Unfortunately, Lemmy is not with us at the moment. As it is quite late here in the UK, I'm shirtless, and I don't think anyone wants to see that. So, Will, could you do the Fortnite dance for us?
No, I'm not doing that.
Unfortunate. Anyway,
where has Lemmy gone? Oh, Lemmy's back. Hello, Lemmy. Yep. What? We didn't annoy you too much, did we?
Who, me?
Yes, you.
Certainly not, Will. Certainly not.
That's unfortunate. We need to try harder, Will. Anyway.
Lemmy, I never strive to annoy you, Lemmy.
I know, but you two do have an excellent dynamic. I can see why you're friends.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I mean, I strive to annoy this one all the time.
Yeah, we have a very strange friendship where we hate each other but also love each other with a love.
I mean,
that's actually extraordinarily common.
Yeah, that's British friendship in a nutshell, really. I hate you, but I also love you.
Yes, I love you too.
Thank you. That's very sweet of you.
It is.
A classic British friendship. Thomas Theorist says Emily is great. Duck sucks.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
wow, that's a really hip and recent take. It's 2008, right? It's 2008.
It's a hot take, if you will, and I know what you're doing here, Adam, because I have spoken at length about my dislike towards Emily, and Adam is you're trying to wind me up. So I think
he's doing it again.
I think that
I'm removing him from the reins of government.
I think that Duck is a superior character to Emily, purely because Emily is underwritten. Now, I don't believe in the aggressive hatred that Emily has received over the years, that even I partook in, when I was of a younger age. However, I just think that Duck is better written, and I really like Duck, especially because of Donald's Duck, that episode where Donald and Duck just take the mickey out of each other in a 5-minute.
That is a fun one.
Duck basically Duck and Donald, they're a British friendship, you know. Duck is basically.
I keep saying that. Stop saying that, man. Stop.
Here's the thing about Duck. I think he's got a lot of integrity. I think my favorite Duck story. It's hard to choose. It might be a close shave, because think about it. Think about what he does.
Okay.
So he's been abandoned by everyone. No one trusts him. They all have labored upon him.
Fat Controller Ned would do.
Well, I don't believe personally that the Fat Controller actually meant it. I think he really did send Duck away and did believe Diesel, and then was embarrassed and didn't admit it later. But Edward certainly knew all along.
He did say that he never believed Diesel, and he was laughing throughout the whole thing. I think he just sent Duck off so he could sort out the situation, and then
well, that's what he'd like you to believe, but I'm not sure. Surely he would have pulled him aside and said, "Hey, I don't. This is all a show. I don't actually believe it." But he didn't do.
You've got to have evidence before you deported Diesel.
Well, that's true, you do. But if he really didn't think that Duck was at fault at all, I think he should have probably just made sure to take care of his emotions in that moment, but he didn't. Instead, he sent him away with no explanation, which I think does indicate that he at least had doubt in whether Duck was actually at fault or not. But Edward never had any doubt whatsoever. He knew who he was.
Exactly. So
was, in fact,
but anyway.
But the Fat Controller is a heartless bastard.
He really
in that particular situation, he definitely made a bad call, I think. But at any rate, the point being, Duck has been abandoned by everybody but Edward. And I think it is extremely telling that despite that happening, he still defends the railway. He still puts his own life at risk to help this place that has treated him very poorly.
Hang on.
That shows his integrity, you know.
Defends the... I mean, to be fair, if in that crash, you know, people probably would have died. I mean, I'm not sure that's one you would really want to go out of your way to not. I mean, defends the railway. I mean, the railway probably would have been fine. There'd have been a few lawsuits.
I think that's the thing, is that it's yes, people could have been hurt, definitely, but I think that it's not a reasonable thing to assume of your staff or your ends that they will hurl themselves in front of a moving train to stop it. You know, it would be a tragedy, surely, but he went out of his way. He really went quite a distance to make sure that it didn't happen. And that, to me, shows a lot of commitment. I'm thinking about someone like James. I think he might have been impulsive and in the moment just kind of switched onto a siding and let the train roll past and not think about the consequences, but just act out of pettiness. And I think a lot of engines, whether they like to admit it or not, might actually do that. But Duck didn't. Duck, without even thinking, after all the misery he's been through the last few days, he goes and he puts his own life at risk so that he can save whoever the hell is on the other side. I think that says a lot about him. And that same character is present throughout all the stories. Is he may be a stickler, he may kind of drone on about things people don't agree with, and maybe he should just shut up. But at the same time, when shit hits the fan, you want him on your side. So, all that to say, I do agree, Duck is one of the best characters the franchise has to offer. But Emily is so good. Let's just be honest for a second here. She's a lot of fun.
What accent are you trying to do there, mate?
I'm trying to do a received pronunciation British.
For Emily?
For Emily, yes. I don't agree with Scottish Emily. I have never agreed with Scottish Emily. I don't think it fits, really.
Well, yeah, I mean, Emily seems like very...
is Gordon's grandmother. So that's what she is, right?
Sorry, hang on. Pardon?
Yeah, Emily.
Dear. So you've got strong opinions on Emily, dear, and you don't even... Okay, well, let's go this direction.
I'm not questioning that, just the Emily is Gordon's grandfather bit.
Well, that's the thing.
Grandmother, sorry.
Oh, like it makes a difference. The point being, Emily is the older incarnation of what Gordon is. I mean, she was the premier express engine for a time on the Great Northern Railway, which you could argue is the most important railway that went into the London and North Eastern Railway in terms of character and how it influenced things. The livery, certainly, it transferred over almost directly. So she is the closest thing to the Flying Scotsman in her day. And so it makes sense to me that she would sound as posh as Gordon sounds, He's really got that swagger to him, that absolute, it's a very deep voice, and that's the first thing you notice, but certainly he has this very kind of posh way of speaking.
Gordon is the best. Gordon is the best.
Don't you do it.
Fuck you, Will.
We can all be Gordon together, that's quite allowed. But at any rate, I think that Gordon has a certain character to him, and I think that should be reflected in Emily as well, because going back, she was so prestigious in her day, Now, the way that the show handles her, there are a few really great episodes where they kind of lean into that kind of prestigious history and the queenliness of her, but it's mostly due to the fact that she's an old, ornate, elegant design. I don't think they have any idea of the history that she has. But the Sterling singles, they are the predecessors to the A1s in a lot of meaningful ways. And I think it's really cool that we've essentially got a character that represents that era, the early Express engines, it's that's what I think of when I think of Emily. And I think that for that reason, I just I give her whatever the Queen would have sounded like, it's that sort of energy. Not that you can't do Scottish Emily, but I just don't I don't picture her that way. I certainly picture this kind of queenly voice, to emphasize that element of her character. But also you have to remember, I did not grow up with Michael Angelis doing Emily's voice. So, on my end, she's never been Scottish. I've only ever seen that in fan content.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I mean, she's been Scottish for the two of us, so yeah, we're definitely
right. So I imagine that that takes precedence. But
I could see.
And look, there is a case to be made that Emily's Scottish. But careful with that case, because it's the same case that Gordon is Scottish. So just be careful. That's all I'm saying. Just be careful.
Well,
that could be a.
If two of us end up narrating a reboot of the classic era, we'll bear that in mind.
I
sure you'll be in that position.
I was writing a story with Emily a while back. But it's gone down the. It's on hiatus.
Basically, you lost faith in it.
No, just on hiatus.
Okay.
I've seen you revisit things before. I think it's still got life in it, I'm sure.
I'm currently working on the script that I sent both of you, but only Will read.
I know the one. That's the one you did about Gordon and Henry, and
yeah, and I wrote this really nice scene at the end, but I need some build up to it because it's a nice scene, but it has no.
Yeah, because I think I said to you, there wasn't any build up in it. I think because I know you weren't satisfied with the ending, and I made you change it, and then you came with a new thing, and I said this works, but there's no build up. Basically, I just tell you what you need to hear sometimes, Will, and that's why we're so good as a friend.
Yeah, pretty much.
You do it to me too, to be fair.
Oh, I do. If your script is shit, I will say so.
Exactly. I respect that, and I respect
that's true friendship.
Yeah, I can't speak. Did you end up reading the script I sent you, Lemmy, or no?
No, I've never sat down and read it. I think you described parts of it to me.
Honestly, it'll take you 5 minutes.
It'll take me 5 minutes, but multiply that by 300 for all the other ones.
How many?
I haven't sent you 300 scripts.
Oh no, you haven't, Will. But
are you just a regular Thomas?
Look, I'll be honest. I'm kind of sick of reading scripts. Like, I love you. I love hearing your ideas, but like, you don't know how many goddamn scripts I've been sent over the years. Like and never paid anything for it, right? Like I'm an editor or something. I'm doing like if I read every script people send me, I would be doing like editor level like volume of work, but just not getting paid for it. Like that would be my life. So it's not so much that I don't want to read yours, it's that I don't want to read all of them and I don't want to pick,
You just need to make this a business, man.
You don't need to read everyone's, just mine.
Yes, Will, but I have a lot of friends and a lot of them I'm as close to as I am close to you. So that's the trouble, right?
I feel like this is starting to get a bit awkward. So
how dare you have better friends?
Not even better. That's the trouble. If they were better, it would be easy. It's that they're like equal, right? So like I have all these people that I care about that have something they're deeply passionate about, and they're like, "Hey, read it," and I'm like, how do I pick? How do I justify one to the other? It's tricky.
I mean, just start charging them, man. I mean, like you said, it'd be edited like $5 a piece. What can I actually probably that's not even enough. No, like I don't actually know how much a script editor gets paid.
If I could get like $5 a script, that would be a quite the side hustle. But I don't know how I like the ethics.
I mean, Lemmy, if you started charging, I would, with all due respect, I would not pay you.
Yeah, exactly, right?
And that's where I fit in.
That's where, because Will does it for free.
I do it for free.
Right.
I only have to do it for you.
Yes. Well, I mean, never mind. Actually, I'm not gonna say that.
Say what? Say what?
I'm not.
Say
you
it.
can't force me to say it. Well.
Say it well.
No, but
no, moves on.
Well, of course, I'm not. Yes, but yeah, well, I mean, fair enough. But yeah, I like it when people read my scripts and give me feedback because it's
certainly. I mean, that's kind of what it's all about,
Exactly. I mean, Will, as you know, feedback is the key because, and especially honest feedback, which
honest feedback is
which I like to think I provide, and also I've sent you some of my stuff as well. I know you've been honest about it.
Yes, but
Thomas Theorist very kindly says, "Wheel X Lemmy."
Who is Wheel? And
I don't know.
It seems to be spelled like the Wii.
Like the Wii.
WIIL.
What's the Wii theme tune? I can't think.
I mean, I assume that Adam is shipping the two of you, since I don't.
I hope not. Well, if anything, it should be you and me. We are very.
That's true. We do have a much more established bromance.
I would recommend you don't instruct the audience on how to ship you. That's something you don't want them to know how to do.
Oh, trust me. I am familiar with the art of the fan fiction.
Yes.
I've never understood. My friends in high school, when I said fan fiction, they were all like, like they immediately think like they're kind of really cringy romantic kind. Which, first off, I think that most romantic fan fiction is beautiful, honestly. But beyond that, there's like, I don't know, most people when they think of fan fiction, they think of like really cringy romantic shipping of like characters that don't fit. And it's like, I don't like, fan fiction is all we write, guys. Like, literally, I've only ever written fan fiction. I can't think of anything I've written that wasn't fan fiction,
I mean, I suppose in a way,
even if it is the dirty, cringy love story.
I mean, yeah, I suppose in a way, fan fiction effectively, all of what we do is fan fiction in a way. But I suppose, yeah, when people think of fan fiction, they just think of online smut.
Right. No, online smut is a good way to put it. And I think, yeah, I mean, fan fiction is just fiction made by fans. like non-canon.
That is why it's called fan fiction.
I mean, effectively,
adds up.
If you make Thomas content and your second name isn't Audrey, it's effectively fan fiction.
Fan fiction is my middle name.
Christopher fan fiction.
So basically,
oh no, that's a roast.
just to advise all of the viewers out there, if you ever want your Thomas content to be official, legally get your name changed to Audrey.
Is that how it works?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, oh gosh, have you guys read this guy called Christopher Rogers fan fiction? I think mine's better.
I mean,
this is an interesting conversation, though. Like, because what is different about what Christopher wrote and what the Reverend wrote, right? Like, and what we write, like, because Christopher, like, he wasn't the original author. He didn't know the author's intent. He only knew, whatever his father told him, but he could never have his heart. So what Christopher did is fan fiction in the same way that we do,
Well, you say that, but I imagine Christopher probably had a slightly better idea on who the Reverend was and what his vision was, considering the fact that
well, certainly, but
and the fact that
I don't know.
And in a way, he was the brains behind the operation, in the sense that the reasons the stories exist in the first place is because of him asking the Reverend why that train looked sad in that picture he drew in.
That's true, but that that makes him the inspiration, maybe. But I really, looking at Christopher's books, they just don't have the same energy. I mean, they definitely feel right. I do consider them canon, but like, I don't know, like I feel like Wild Nor'Wester writes a lot more like the Reverend does, or thinks more like the Reverend does. Than
they don't have the same energy, because the Reverend, just is a good writer, and Christopher, no offense to him, got the job through nepotism.
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, that's part of it. But also, just, I feel like Christopher was trying his best to follow the pattern, but he didn't naturally think the way his father did. Whereas somebody like, you look at Wild Nor'Wester, I feel like he takes inspiration from real railways in the exact same way that the Reverend did. He gets excited about them in the same way.
Okay, Adam has said something intelligent, ladies and gentlemen. I like that Chris has his own voice rather than trying to copy his dad. Thank you, Adam. I'm glad you've contributed something useful to this discussion.
I don't think Christopher does have his own voice. I think he's trying to copy his dad hard. That's why all of his stories are like in this weird era where, in theory, it's supposed to be the 80s and 90s and 2000s, but it feels like the 60s. Like nothing really changes,
I mean, you say that, but the last book that takes place in 2011, I think.
Oh, you mean the one thing Christopher ever changed?
Yes.
Pip and
Emma, exactly.
Give me one other example, though. And Ivo, Hugh, and Jock were, I believe, outlined by the Reverend.
Okay, there you go. Ivo, Hugh, and Jock. Yeah, there you go. That's what. Okay, what else did he change?
Well, anyway, because me and Will were discussing. Because me and Will were, if you permit me to speak.
Oh yes. Sorry, permission to speak.
Thank you. Me and.
Shut up. Anyway,
I am Adam.
Me and Will was discussing this recently, and Chris went, and I'm looking at my new collection book currently, and Will went,
by the way.
Yes, very kind. Which and Chris actually went on a streak of like eight good books in a row, good to great. Between God and the High Speed Engine and Wilbert the Forest Engine, they're all above average.
Oh, believe me, right? So Christopher wrote some amazing books. I do not contest that. But I think that the Reverend's, he wrote some really good books, but the Reverend wrote books that were deeply moving and created a whole genre almost. And that's kind of the difference, right? It's not really fair to compare someone to the Reverend, because the Reverend was really amazing at what he did.
I agree. But what do you mean by created a new genre?
I'm like, I don't know, like talking train thing, You can't say that. Like, Cars has to at least have been a little bit influenced by Thomas, and other things too, Tugs, which then influenced Theodore. And that's years after the Reverend had even, hit the bucket. Like, I think that, the whole way he personified machines spoke to a whole generation of people, several generations, in fact. And I don't know that Christopher would have seen that in the lifeless machines. I think the Reverend saw things in a very specific way, and he wrote it at the perfect time, because it was in the 40s, the 50s, the 60s. It was relevant back then. I mean, he was basically encapsulating an era, and he was speaking for everybody who didn't know how to put it into words, why they cared so much about steam engines and railways and what they meant to them. He did that. And I don't know that Christopher could have unprompted. Now,
but Christopher still wrote some amazing books, right? Like I really love Gordon the High Speed Engine. I love Jock the New Engine. I love Wilbert the Forest Engine. I love Thomas and the Great Railway Show is brilliant. That might be my favorite from him.
Really?
James and the Diesel Engines is a weird book because half of it is irrelevant, but the parts that are good are really good. There's a lot of really great stuff that Christopher wrote. He did a great job, and I mean, I am infinitely grateful that he took up his father's mantle. But I think that looking at it as a fan, it was a great service to all of us that he did it. Looking at it just as the Railway series written by the Reverend W. Awdry and what it deserved, I do think it's a bit of a disservice to the overall narrative because it kind of loses the plot,
the overall narrative wrapped up in Enterprising Engines.
I mean, I don't think it does though. I mean it because that's looking at it like so when the Fat Controller says steam will always be at work here, no, it won't. That's insane.
To be fair, it is, and it was. I mean, the Fat Controller's got the final say, hasn't he?
I mean, he doesn't though. I mean,
we never know exactly what Sodor's connection to the rest of the British government is.
Well, we kind of do. I mean, they're given some level of autonomy, but eventually the railway is going to have to make a call as to what they're going to do. I mean, because to me, the Railway series, the Reverend's books, the later books, those are a response to a really unceremonious and inefficient scrapping of steam engines that wasn't fair. And I think the Reverend is commenting on fairness. I don't think he's really commenting on longevity. I think it's not so much the fact that steam engines are inherently good and should go on forever. I think it's that steam engines have another good 20 years in them and should get to exercise that. And I think what would make a lot more sense is to see, okay, well, what if, you bring a 9F to the island and they can run for that remaining 20 years and then they get scrapped in the 90s instead of the 60s, right? I feel like that's kind of the world we're living in. It's not like the Reverend's books indicate to me, because of how grounded they are, that eventually that would happen, but that they wouldn't scrap the engines prematurely,
I mean,
and I feel like the Reverend, if he had kept going, eventually would have gotten there,
I mean, you say that, but true, I get that. But the thing is, with the sort of makes the Railway series that a bit more awkward in that regard is the fact that they're all sentient and all have personal relationships with the people that run the railways, like the Fat Controller and the crew and whatnot. So, I mean, effectively, it'd be like killing your dog,
Oh, it would be, right? But how do you think all the thousands and thousands of dogs on the mainland felt?
They say in the books that the controllers just didn't give a fuck. So,
well, they actually kind of say the opposite. I mean, there's that foreword, right, where Awdry says well, they're sad to lose such faithful steam friends. I don't know if I buy that bullshit, but
I mean, you'd just be saying.
Well, I think. Well, to be fair, they clarify. I mean, I think I'd consider the Bluebells of England more canon to the Railway series than I would Awdry's Forwards.
Exactly.
Right. Because in Awdry's Forwards, he also says the Scarlery Railway isn't real. So there we go. Argument over.
But you've also got to remember the way that Awdry writes the Railway series. I mean, they really are just steam engines, and I think that foreword is kind of there to be it's saying, hey, look, I know this entire book is written from steam engines' perspectives, but I don't want it to reflect badly on the actual human beings who haven't hurt anybody. I mean, they shut down all those branch lines and then nobody had any stations.
I mean,
but
yeah, exactly.
The steam engines thing,
like Dr. Beeching, for example, I imagine in real life a reasonably nice bloke. However, because all the steam engines in the Railway series are sentient, effectively in the Railway series universe, he's bloody Hitler.
Right,
it wasn't even Beeching. It wasn't even
has more to do with the branch lines than the locomotives.
Well, it wasn't even Beeching that shut down the branch lines.
It was management. They just asked Beeching to basically give them the numbers on that. They're like, okay, which ones?
Yeah, it was Ernest Marples that shut down. That was that was responsible for the railway as much for the branch line shutting down as much as it was Beeching.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's
Or
the
even,
thing. I mean, I blame those.
Even more so. Sorry, even more so.
But,
Yeah, I agree.
The thing is with Sodor is that I look at it like this because of the way that everyone looks at the island, and because of the fact, well, it's a small island anyway. I think of Sodor as just one big heritage railway, if you like.
No, I'm sorry. I couldn't agree less. I mean, I totally get why I felt that way once upon a time, and I totally get why you feel that way now. But I strongly believe that the Northwestern is a real operating railway. That its function is not to enthrall tourists. Its function, I mean, that is something that helps it keep going in the present day. If we are indeed operating in a world where steam is still alive on Sodor, which, look, I'm playing devil's advocate to an extent. I do like the idea that Thomas and Edward and Henry and all of them are still running. That is my default.
I mean, we know canonically.
I would be disingenuous in reflecting what the Reverend, what I see in the text, if I were to say that it wouldn't have continued in a different direction. I think, here's the thing. I thank Christopher really deeply for keeping the engines alive till the present. I'm glad I can picture Thomas happy on Sodor, but I don't believe in my heart of hearts that if the Reverend really got the chance to continue the series and really think about it, I don't think that would have happened. I don't think they would have lived to the present, but I'm glad that they did under his son.
I think they would have, because I think
the Reverend had such a. Oh, sorry, Will, I didn't mean to.
Yeah, thank you. I am, realistically, if we were talking realistically, I can see most of the branch lines still operating by steam.
If we're talking
Gordon and Henry,
yeah, see, that's the thing, right? That's kind of what I'm picturing is because that reflects reality. And I'm not even saying there's two things I'm saying here. The one thing is that I don't think, given the direction that the Reverend's books would have taken, I don't think that engines like Gordon and Henry and James would have stayed as mainline steam engines indefinitely. I think that most of that work would have gone to diesels or electrics or something at some point. But I also think that it's not necessarily wrong to scrap those engines. I think that that's a natural life cycle for an engine, and I think that Gordon, Henry, they're kind of shocked they've lived this long. Sure, they'll take it, but they never really asked to live to the 2000s, right? That was never in the cards for them.
Yeah,
and after a while, Gordon might prefer being scrapped to being put in a museum,
Nah.
I can kind of get that, but the thing is, at least when I put it, because Audrey clearly had such a passion for steam engines and how they worked, that you could tell that he, like you said, with how he wrote a lot of the later books, that he wasn't happy about the situation where it stood, and he felt and he personified the steam engines a lot, and especially with Oliver's rescue as well, and how he says, "Oh, Sodor's a safe place for steam engines."
Right.
I was trying to escape there. I just don't feel like Audrey would, in his head, especially how he wrote the books, consider thinking, "Okay, this world of steam engines that I've created, which I saw as I think he even said at one point, is his as a family in a way." And I don't think he would scrap them. Maybe retire them, perhaps move them on to different lines, like Christopher did with Gordon. Yeah, maybe, but I don't think he would ever. I don't think he'd scrap them.
No, I'd agree. I think they wouldn't. They wouldn't be scrapped.
I would say that, but here's the thing. So when was People, History, and Railways published?
I think also
late 70s?
I think also not to. It was the 80s, yeah. But if I could just interject really quick, you could you come to the UK and there's steam engines basically running all over the place.
Absolutely, yeah. Bluebell,
just yesterday, Flying Scotsman. Just the other day, on Sunday, Flying Scotsman passed through my local station.
Exactly.
It's not hard to believe that the steam engines would still be operating at a reduced capacity. Yes, maybe, and yes, there'd probably be no new steam engines after
Oliver.
after Oliver.
That's kind of the thing, right? I feel like
but I'd say that the steam engines definitely would not be scrapped, and I think again it would still run on steam engines. So
there's a few things I need to establish here. One of them is when I say steam engines, I'm not just talking about like the 11 with numbers. I'm kind of picturing a lump sum of 40 or 50 steam engines that are all there. Most of them are not relevant to the stories or to the public and are only there for vital functioning of the railway. So I'm kind of thinking, what does this look like eventually when things start winding down and when it's obvious that the steam engines are not helping matters on the railway. They're not really making things easier for the crews. They're not making enough money. I think that at some point in the 90s or 2000s, it would make a lot of sense for them to wind down. Now, I don't. Here's the thing: there's what is, and then there's what I want. And what I want is a fantasy land. And luckily for me, Sodor's fictional, so I can do that. But I do think that eventually the railway realistically would kind of wind down, and yeah, a lot of the engines would get saved. A lot of them would be preserved. I could totally see Thomas's branch line operating as like a preservation line, like that. 100% would happen.
Well, I don't think it need
Little
to.
Western that would make a lot of sense.
But the branch lines survived the beaching cuts. I mean, we know at least Thomas's branch line did.
Right.
Because that takes place in the 70s, very early 70s.
Well, 62.
Fuck. Okay, well, never mind. Okay, no, right. But going back, my argument still stands because Chris's books exist. So therefore, the branch lines that are still open, so so they still operate as revenue earning services. I mean, I reckon they'd use Daisy a lot more, but other than that, it still runs as they're not heritage lines. Sodor is not a heritage line.
I mean, I do think
it's revenue operating. Even in the modern day, because Chris's books exist, therefore we know that they're still in revenue earning service.
Well, yeah, but again, you got to remember the whole debate is about whether Chris's books are a trajectory that makes sense or not.
Well, I'd say they do to an extent.
Yeah.
They need,
okay. So maybe it is viable for at least parts of the railway to be revenue earning into the 2000s and beyond. Maybe the whole railway, right? So that's the thing, right? I just think it's less of a done deal than most people treat it as. But yeah, overall, I would agree. Like I vastly prefer the whole railway staying as a steam railway that has heavy diesel intervention, certainly, and also a lot of new technology that maybe even heritage railways haven't invented yet. But Sodor can because they're doing it on such a massive scale. I could totally see, them still running steam engines into 2023 and beyond. Like that's not a big enough leap for me to not do it. And that is what my heart wants. And that is not beyond the realm of possibility. But I do think it's worth considering that very well could have not been the case. And yet I think you could do a version where steam gets discontinued and still have it feel like it works within the reverence world. That's kind of what I'm saying.
Okay, I think from my point, I would see Gordon and Henry and that lot being scrapped eventually because, nothing lasts forever.
Right.
But I think based on how it works, you're saying, I think there'd be a lot more diesel intervention, but I do think that every steam locomotive on Sodor would at least be allowed its natural lifespan.
Right.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I can imagine. Like to believe I come back to this. Why? Something like in like if we go back to like the 70s and the 80s, why would the Vat Controller get a 9F when he can just get a Class 37?
Right.
Exactly. Yeah, and a 47, and it's there'd be a lot more diesels, yes, but that's just the way that it goes. And
I'm sure Crovan's Gate is doing massive, is assisting the preservation industry massively. So we are still seeing a lot of interesting classes come to the island. But I think, I don't see the Fat Controller buying many steam engines unless he finds one that's really perfect for what he's doing. Because at the end of the day, I don't think the Hat family has ever been obsessed with steam. I think that they are obsessed with giving everybody a fair shake. And the steam engines were treated unfairly, so that's the hill they died on. Not because they love steam. I mean, clearly, I'm sure there's a lot of nostalgia in that family for steam engines, but I think more than anything, it's because the steam engines were the ones being treated unfairly in the 60s, so they're the ones that got defended by the Hats. Also, and if it had been diesels, they would have gotten a similar treatment.
Also, I think there's certainly a sense of personal connection that the Hats must have as well, since they've grown through their whole lives up with these steam engines, have personalities and have... So, I mean, like I said earlier, it'd be like, I'd imagine, let's say, for example, Stephen Hatt, rode on Toby's cab when he was a child. So obviously I feel like he would have some sort of personal connection to Toby, the person, if you will. I mean, obviously not he's a person, but...
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And I'd say, especially when it comes to, like, Richard Hatt as well, they're going to be seeing, like, lots of steam engines as well as diesels. So I don't think the Hats... I don't think the Hats would scrap any of the steam engines. I don't think. I think maybe...
Also, do the Hats stay in charge forever? I mean...
Now, that's an entirely different debate, because if the Hats don't... Because the way I see it, the Hats are what is keeping the state of Soda afloat. Because, like I said, because of the personal connections they have, because of the fact that they want to, keep it a safe haven for engines. But I do think that if the Hats ever were to leave power, like let's say, I don't know, Richard Hatt is slightly unlucky in the offspring department, then I would think that there is a chance for someone down the line to think, okay, screw this. And
and that's the thing. But like, nothing is going to last forever, right? Like,
all things must pass.
Yeah. Yes. But yeah, I mean, it's certainly the case. I mean, hell, the Eiffel Tower is not going to last forever. Like
the Earth isn't going to. I mean,
the Earth isn't going to last. No, the sun's going to blow up eventually. So the question is, like, I guess I like stories having endings. I used to hate it as a kid. I wanted everything to go on forever. But I think there is something beautiful about stories having endings.
But if you were like, what? How if the railway service was to come to an end, like, would you just replace a lot of the steam engines with all the diesels then? Because it's definitely a way out.
The thing is,
it's hard to know because I also don't know what the future of railways
it wouldn't be satisfying.
It would be a.
I think what the problem is that railways are so lackluster these days.
Yeah,
I think that if we were in a more romantic period, it would be easier because then we'd be excited for what it would turn into. But it's kind of like I almost feel like whatever the Northwestern engines get replaced with doesn't exist yet. Like, I don't know. Like, we don't know what the future of railways is. But it's it's something.
Yeah.
I mean, it's weird to think, but like if we were to I think the books, not the actual book, Thomas and his friends, but I think the last story ended things off quite nicely. I mean, not the story. The story itself was lackluster, but the ending with the bust being revealed was quite.
I mean, that's the thing. It's like it's not the ending I would have written, but it's the ending that makes me happy and keeps me sane.
Because the thing is, the Railway series, if you look at it at face value, it's a children's book series, and you wouldn't really want to end it with something so depressing.
Right. I think part of what's influencing my radical ideas about what the Reverend might do is looking at People, History, and Railways, which he wrote, what is it, like 10 years after more than that, like 17 years after he stopped writing the children's books, right? And
he does things like straight up declare Henry died and got replaced, right?
Well,
that sort of stuff.
I don't buy that.
I mean,
and plus he does.
I imagine you don't. It costs like $450, but even if you were to pony up the money and acquire a people, history, and railways, which I don't know anyone in their right mind who would.
I don't mean I don't buy the. I mean I don't buy the Henry theory. I think that's absurd.
Oh really? Oh okay.
Well, the thing is,
I was sure it was a pun.
Well, because the thing is, I don't buy the idea that this character that comes back looks like, acts like, behaves like Henry isn't the same character. I think that's absolutely.
So again, ridiculous. Like I don't buy that either. Like to me, of course, narratively that's terrible. Firstly, but also just it's so upsetting. Like
I think for me, I think the Henry 1, Henry 2 thing is just meant to be in terms of the first design, the second design.
No, because he makes such a clear emphasis. The way it's written, it's like since 1935 there have been 2 Henrys, and he like puts it in italics, like, and it's like just a single sentence on its own, and then he has 2 separate sections for both engines. Like to me, I don't know how he could, like, if he was, so if this is him just saying that there were 2 different designs that look different, what does the version where he is saying they are 2 different engines look like? Like, how could he be any more clear? You know,
well, I don't think he would say there's 2 different Henrys if there is. You know, because how does the 2 Henrys theory actually work?
Well, here's what I think. I think in that scenario, the original Henry's an asshole. And the second Henry,
bullshit.
The second Henry, so the original Henry is only concerned with himself. He is genuinely lazy, and he blames it on illness. The second Henry is the Henry that we know. That's the Henry we associate with being Henry, right? And most of the stories take place with the second Henry. So we're really only losing the 3 railway engines and like brief moments in the Thomas books. That's if I had to guess how it would work. Now that's terrible because it kind of destroys Henry as an icon of like overcoming illness.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as a kid,
and Will would know.
I would know. I'm not going to go too into this, but I did have a lot of illness as a kid, and I remember looking up Henry a lot. Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't want to part with that, right? And obviously, I think it's all one Henry because I love him as an icon of that. However, I think there's 2 things about Henry. Henry is a problem in 2 ways. One, he's a problem in the sense that there's this whole Henry 1, Henry 2 thing we don't know how to explain. The other thing is he's like one example of the metaphor like not really working with a character. Because think about it. Every time a character has some sort of mechanical failure that inconveniences the other characters, it's painted as them being stubborn or rude or impolite in some way. Like Stanley, it's blamed on him. Gordon, it's blamed on him. Like all these characters, it's not, there's not really such a thing as being ill and like it not being your fault, which again is a bad like moral stance, but like that's kind of how the books tend to work. So Henry's the only example that doesn't make sense with. And what would make a lot of sense is if we're actually not supposed to like or care about the original Henry after the fact. And in fact, when he's replaced, that's a good thing. And we're glad he's gone. And now we're supposed to care about the second one. That is the only argument I kind of see working for Henry 1 and Henry 2 being an acceptable thing that still works within the book series.
But even then, like looking at because I got up that page now actually just to try and go through this. And even then it's written it's very confusing how it's written, because it's also said here that he had an opportunity of having Henry completely rebuilt, which would seem
so like what the fuck is that, right? So it is confusing.
So I think for me it's just easier just to say different design, same character.
I think
not different character.
I mean, that's the thing. That's what I operate under the vast majority of the time, because again, it's just there's a lot of good story potential in there for working with 2 Henrys, but it's almost all horror stories. So anyway, I hate to cut this short so suddenly. I need to cook salmon. I have started the stove, and the pan is heating up at the moment. So I've got to go in a couple minutes to go make salmon, eat dinner, go to bed, and get up at 5 tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I should probably go, but so should you, Will. It's 11:30. Come on, man, you got work tomorrow.
Yeah,
I believe in you, Will.
Thank
Both of you.
No, just me.
Oh, single tear.
But yes, it's been rather an interesting discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. It's been nice. But
Yes.
but yeah, I've got to skedaddle because otherwise I will not eat, and I must eat.
Yeah, 4 days without food, you'd die. Is it 4? Was it?
I don't know.
Anyway,
something like that.
Yeah.
I think it's 3 days without water.
I know it's 3 days without water. Food's a bit more.
For food's like a week or something. It's
I think.
terrible.
And what a note to end this on.
Yeah.
Yes. How interesting.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Oh, hang on. You what? No, Adam. It is 11:30. We're not going to go on. I want sleep. Will needs sleep also because he's working. We all want to go to fucking bed, Adam. Okay. We're not going to keep this up.
Yeah, Adam, go away.
Like almost midnight where I am. I've stayed up an hour and a half. Actually, it's not an hour. I've stayed up almost an hour longer just so I could have this debate. Okay.
Yes, and thank you for doing that. Thank you both for being here. It's been nice talking, especially Will Thomas. I guess I have to specify.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes. I don't know when it'll be we next speak again. Of course, I shall wait for you to call me. Of course, at some point in the future.
If you want to shoot me a message or whatever, absolutely. I'm trying to balance people. You know how it is. You know how difficult that is in my position.
Well, I personally I don't because I don't have so many friends. But
right, but you must have picked up the patterns from me by now.
Well, I know how you operate. Yes.
Yeah.
I tend to talk to you once every day, Will, because we're
Yeah.
either that close or just that inactive.
Or we just don't have as many. We just have each other.
We'll go with because we're that close. I think that's better.
There you go.
That's a better
All right.
way to look at it.
Well, without further ado, I've been Master of the Lemons, aka Lemmy.
I've been Will, aka Will Thomas.
I've been Northwestern 04, also known as Will.
And thank you.
I'm a best
for watching.
Yes, right. Thank you all for watching.
Ta-ta, everybody. Sleep well if you are sleeping, or wake well if you are waking.
Yeah.